So hey, what's up guys, welcome back to our YouTube channel Cosmic Harry, and today we are gonna see a massive crossover. So today we will see what if Harry Potter had RP. So hey, what's up guys, welcome back to our YouTube channel Cosmic Harry, and today we are gonna see a massive crossover. So today we will see what if Harry Potter had RPG gaming system that could let him predict and see the future. Now if you are new to this channel, please make sure to subscribe and like the video. And now without any further delay, let's get straight to the video.
It started with Neville tripping over it. That was the thing nobody talked about later, when the stories got bigger and the fear got worse. The whole mess, all of it, began because Neville Longbottom caught his foot on something that shouldn't have been there and went face first into the carpet near the fireplace. Oh. Neville pushed himself up on his elbows. His nose was bleeding, a thin red line running down to his chin, and he wiped it with the back of his hand. What the hell is that? Harry looked up from his Transfiguration homework. He'd been staring at the same paragraph about partial transformations for 20 minutes and hadn't absorbed a single word, so the interruption was honestly welcome. Ron was already on his feet, craning his neck from the sofa. "You all right, Nev?" Ron asked. "Yeah. No. I don't know. Look at this thing." Harry got up and walked over. Hermione followed, her quill still in her hand, ink dripping onto the rug without her noticing. There was something on the floor next to the armchair by the fire. Something that definitely had not been there an hour ago, when Harry had walked past that exact spot to grab a butterbeer from the table. It was about the size of a large book, maybe a bit wider, sitting flat on the stone floor where the carpet didn't quite reach. The surface was dark, almost black, but when the firelight caught it, there were patterns moving beneath the surface. Not carved, moving. Like circuits, except instead of straight lines they curved and looped in shapes that reminded Harry of rune charts from Hermione's Ancient Runes textbook. The thing hummed. Not loud, just enough that you could feel it in your teeth if you got close enough. "Don't touch it," Hermione said immediately. "I wasn't going to," Neville said, even though his hand had been drifting toward it. Ron crouched down next to it. "It looks like one of those Muggle game things. What do you call them? The ones Seamus was going on about last summer." "A console," Harry said. "Yeah, except wrong." Ron tilted his head. "It's got runes on it." He was right. The patterns were runes. Harry could see that now. They shifted and rearranged themselves, forming words that dissolved before he could read them, like someone writing on fogged glass and the warmth erasing it just as fast. "Nobody touch it," Hermione said again, louder this time, because a few other students had started drifting over. Lavender Brown was leaning in from behind the sofa. Dean Thomas stood near the portrait hole with his arms crossed, looking curious. "What's going on?" Dean asked. "Neville found a thing," Ron said helpfully. "It's not a thing. It's clearly a magical artifact of some kind," Hermione said. "And we should report it to Professor McGonagall before anyone does something stupid." "Bit late for that," Lavender muttered, pointing at Seamus Finnegan, who was already reaching for it. "Seamus, don't," Harry started. Seamus's fingers brushed the surface. Nothing happened. He looked up with a grin. "See, it's fine. Probably just someone's prank. Fred and George, I bet." The console lit up. Not slowly, not gradually. It went from dark to blazing white in the time it took Harry to blink, and the light wasn't normal light. It had weight. It pressed against his skin like stepping out of a cold room into midday sun, and everyone near it flinched back at the same time. The white faded. The surface of the console was now showing something. A screen, like a television, except the image floated a few inches above the surface, hovering in the air like a translucent painting. The image sharpened. It showed Harry's face. Not a photograph, not a painting. A rendering. Detailed and slightly stylized, like a portrait done by someone who understood his face, but made it a fraction sharper, a fraction more defined. Next to the image, text appeared in clean, glowing letters. Prar usar identified har jamamas padar, and below that, in smaller text, HP scrolled down like a list. HP 137 out of my HL core 74% unstable TRAS par selmoth seeker reflexes. Kurskar Linky's active Ts known Maringes 3 pending. The common room went dead silent. Harry stared at it. His mouth was open. He was aware of that and couldn't seem to close it. What? Ron said very quietly. The bloody hell? Nobody moved for about 10 seconds. Then everyone moved at once. Lavender took 3 steps backward and nearly knocked over a lamp. Dean grabbed Seamus's arm and pulled him away from the console. Neville, still on the floor with blood on his chin, scrambled to his feet and backed into the armchair. Ron stood up so fast he got dizzy and had to grab the mantle. Hermione didn't move. She was staring at the floating display with an expression Harry had seen exactly twice before. Once when she'd first seen the Hogwarts library. Once when she'd figured out the basilisk was using the pipes. "Hermione," Harry said. "It knows your magical core percentage," she whispered. "Harry, that's not. You can't just know that." The Department of Mysteries spent 11 years trying to develop a reliable magical core measurement, and they gave up in 1986. It's in Bridget Wenlock's Unsolvable Problems of Arithmancy. "Great, so it's impossible," Ron said. "That's comforting. I didn't say impossible. I said they gave up." She took a step closer, her eyes moving fast, reading every line. "Curse scar link, active." "That's Harry. It's saying your scar is an active magical connection." "I could have told you that," Harry said. "It hurts every time Vol. Every time he's angry. Knowing it hurts and having it classified as an active link are 2 very different things." Hermione's voice had that edge it got when she was scared, but channeling it into analysis. She knelt down, still not touching the console. "And look at the HP 137 out of 200. Is that health? Like in a game. Like a hit points system," Dean said from across the room. He'd played video games before Hogwarts, Harry remembered. RPGs have those, role-playing games. You get health, stats, abilities. Whoa, this isn't a game, Hermione said firmly. "It looks like one," Ron said. He pointed at the display. "Active quests, none. Warnings, 3 pending." "That's game stuff, Hermione." "I've seen the twins. Enchanted chess set do something like this, except it just tracks your wins and losses." "An enchanted chess set doesn't read your soul, Ron." That shut everyone up again. Harry was still looking at his own face floating in the air above the console. 137 out of 200. He didn't know what that meant, but the number felt low. It felt like something you wouldn't want to see drop further. "The warnings," he said. "How do I see them?" "You don't," Hermione said. "We don't interact with it. We go get McGonagall. Right now." "She's at the staff meeting," Lavender said. "All the teachers are." "Something about the tournament. The True Wizard tournament. Right?" Harry had been trying not to think about it all week. The delegations from Box Betons and Durmstrang had arrived 3 days ago, and the whole school was buzzing with tournament fever. The Goblet of Fire was sitting in the entrance hall, surrounded by an age line that Fred and George had already tried to cross twice. "Then we wait," Hermione said. "Nobody touches this until a teacher sees it." The console made a sound. Low, almost like a sigh. The display shifted. New text apinae guy fires tcm luduion low 08 inja tirwise ouramt. Yavaleas sten by. "I didn't do anything," Harry said quickly, because everyone was looking at him. "I swear, I didn't touch it. It's loading on its own," Dean said. He sounded fascinated and terrified in equal measure. The image of Harry's face dissolved. In its place, a scene began to form in the floating display. Tiny figures, detailed but small, like watching something through a window far away. Harry recognized the Hogwarts grounds. The Black Lake, the stands where spectators would sit, and tiny figures lined up near the water. Champions. "Is that the second task?" Ron squinted. "The lake. But they haven't even done the first task yet." It's showing all three, Hermione breathed. The display was cycling through scenes in quick succession. Harry caught flashes. A dragon. Screaming stands full of people. Underwater darkness and something with teeth. A maze, tall hedges, green and twisting. And then the screen went dark. Not black dark. A different kind of dark, the kind that pressed against the display like smoke trying to get through glass. When the image came back, it wasn't Hogwarts. Gravestones, rows of them old and tilted under a sky that looked sick. Gray-green like a bruise. And in the middle of the graves a figure, small, on his knees. Harry. He recognized himself. The tiny version of him was on the ground. His arm bleeding, and there was something standing over him. Something tall and pale and wrong, and even though the image was small and the details were blurred, Harry's scar started burning. Not a lot. Just a flicker, like a warning tap on a window. "Turn it off," Hermione said. Her voice cracked. The display shifted again. A cup, golden, glowing, lying on its side in the dirt between gravestones. A body next to it. A boy's body face down. Harry couldn't see who it was, but the robes were Hogwarts robes and the boy wasn't moving. "Turn it off!" Hermione was on her feet. She grabbed Harry's arm and pulled him back, even though he wasn't particularly close to the console. Her hand was shaking. The display went blank. The console hummed quieter now and new text appeared. CIBUIODIO and PRVEDBU FIDE for LCOLAVIABULE for Permar USER COST. Pass YXRent Farret DRSETESER 0 YRING SCUMU at Fedri TEGRS Per Dix Eventus. Harry's heart was hammering. He could feel it in his throat, in his wrists, in the backs of his knees. The scar had stopped burning, but the phantom of it stayed, like pressing your thumb into a bruise and pulling it away. "A body," Ron said. His face was white. There was a body. "Harry." "I saw it. In a graveyard after the tournament. That's someone dying. That's a student dying." "I know. Ron. We need to tell someone. We need to tell Dumbledore. We need to understand what this is first," Hermione said. She was pacing now. 5 steps one way, 5 steps back, her arms wrapped around herself. If this is some kind of prediction, some kind of future sight artifact, then going to Dumbledore isn't enough. We need to know what it wants, why it chose Harry, and what fate debt means. "It means don't bloody use it," Ron said. "Probably. But we don't know that. What if not using it is worse?" That was when the console spoke, not through text, out loud. A voice came from the surface, calm and clear and completely without emotion. Like someone reading the news if the news was about the end of the world, and they'd long since stopped caring. Primary user Harry James Potter. "Welcome to the Augur system. Would you like a tutorial?" Silence. Dead ringing silence. Lavender made a small noise that might have been a whimper. Dean's hand went to his wand. "It talks," Seamus said. "Yes," the Augur said. "I do." Harry looked at Hermione. She looked at him. Her expression said, "Don't you dare," but her eyes said, "I need to know." "What are you?" Harry asked. "I am the Augur, a predictive interface between fate and choice. I observe probability streams, compile likely outcomes, and present them in a format the primary user can interact with." "Who made you?" Hermione cut in, stepping forward. Her fear was still there. Harry could see it in the tightness around her jaw, but her curiosity was winning. It usually did. "That information is classified." "Classified by whom?" "That information is also classified," Ron snorted. "Helpful. I am designed to be helpful," the Augur said. "Within parameters." "What parameters?" Hermione asked. "The primary user may access simulations of probable future events. These simulations are interactive and allow the primary user to explore outcomes, test strategies, and prepare for what is likely to come. However, each session of interaction generates fate debt. Fate debt is the cost of observing the future. It accumulates. When the debt reaches critical thresholds, paradox events are triggered. "What kind of events?" Harry asked. "Random consequences, temporal feedback, small at first, a lost object, a missed connection, A wrong turn. As debt increases, the consequences escalate. Injuries without cause. Memories that shift. Events that should not have occurred. Nobody said anything for a moment. The fire popped and crackled. Somewhere above them, a pipe in the old castle walls groaned. "So you're saying," Ron said slowly, "that you can show the future, but every time you look at it, bad things happen to balance it out. A simplification, but broadly accurate." "That's insane." "That is physics," the augur replied. "Temporal physics, specifically. Observation changes the observed. The universe corrects for foreknowledge. I simply provide a framework for that correction." Hermione had her wand out now, not pointing it at the console, just holding it. "Like a security blanket, you showed us the True Wizard tournament, the tasks, and then a graveyard, a body. Was that a prediction?" "It was a probable outcome based on current trajectory." "Probable," Harry repeated. "Not definite." "Nothing is definite. Probability is not destiny, however. The scenario shown carries a 94.7% likelihood of occurrence if current conditions remain unchanged." 94.7%. Harry felt his stomach drop. That wasn't a maybe. That was basically a yes. Someone was going to die in a graveyard after the True Wizard tournament, and the augur was telling him this like it was reading off a weather forecast. "Who was it?" Harry asked. His voice came out rough. "The body. Who was it?" "That information requires a full simulation session. Cost 1 fate debt point." "Don't," Hermione said. "I wasn't going to." "You were thinking about it." "Of course I was thinking about it, Hermione. Someone dies." She closed her eyes for a second. When she opened them, she looked at the console with something close to hatred. "You said you observe probability streams. Do other people appear in these probabilities?" "Not just Harry. All individuals connected to the primary user appear in relevant simulations. The primary user's choices create branching paths that affect others." "So it's not just Harry's future," Hermione said, more to herself than anyone. "It's everyone's." That sentence landed on the room like a weight. Harry watched it hit. Lavender pressed her hand against her mouth. Dean took half a step back toward the portrait hole. Even Seamus, who had the self-preservation instincts of a lemming, looked like he wanted to leave. "Right then," Ron said, and his voice had that forced, casual thing it did when he was barely keeping it together. "So we've got a magic box that sees the future, picks Harry because of course it picks Harry, shows someone getting killed at a tournament that hasn't started yet, and charges you for looking. Have I missed anything?" "The curse scar link," Hermione said. "Active. That part scares me most, if I'm honest, more than the dead body in the graveyard. The dead body is a possibility. The scar link is a fact. It means whatever connection Harry has to him. This thing can measure it, track it, which means it might be using it." Harry touched his scar without thinking about it. He did that sometimes, when it came up in conversation, like checking a wound that never quite healed. The skin was smooth and slightly raised under his fingertip, the lightning bolt shape so familiar he could have drawn it blind. "Using it how?" he asked. "I don't know yet." Hermione's quill hovered over her parchment. She hadn't written this part down. Harry noticed that. Hermione not writing something down meant she was thinking about whether it was too dangerous to put on paper. But a magical system that identifies you through your connection to a Dark Lord is not neutral. It can't be. The augur does not utilize the curse scar link for identification. The console said, unprompted. Everyone flinched. "Would you stop doing that?" Ron snapped. "Doing what?" "Talking when nobody asked you to." "I am correcting a factual error. The primary user was identified through probability density mapping, not through external magical connections. The curse scar link is cataloged as a trait, not an access point. And we're supposed to just believe that," Hermione said flatly. The augur didn't respond. After a moment, its display dimmed slightly, as if it had decided the conversation was over. Neville cleared his throat from the armchair. He'd been so quiet that Harry had nearly forgotten he was there, which was typical Neville. Always present, always listening, always underestimated. "Can I ask something?" Neville said. "And I know this might sound thick, but if it picked Harry because more futures pass through him, does that mean Harry's more important? Like cosmically?" Nobody answered right away. It was the kind of question that felt too big for a common room at night. The kind of question that belonged in a textbook. Not coming from a round, faced boy with dried blood on his chin, sitting in an armchair with a hole in the armrest. "It doesn't mean important," Hermione said carefully. "It means connected. Harry's life intersects with more events and more people than average. That's not the same as being more valuable. It just means more happens around him, or to him," Harry muttered. Hermione met his eyes and held them. She didn't argue, because there was nothing to argue with. Things happened to Harry. They always had. The augur was just the latest in a long line of things that had chosen him without asking. "I didn't trip over it by accident." "Did I?" Neville said quietly. Nobody answered that either. The fire popped. The wind pushed against the tower, somewhere far below them. The castle creaked in the way old buildings do at night, joints settling, stones shifting a fraction of an inch in the cold. Harry could hear his own breathing, and it sounded too loud in the quiet room. "We should eat something," Ron said suddenly. "I've got half a pumpkin pasty in my bag from dinner. Anyone want some?" "How can you think about food right now?" Lavender said from across the room, and her voice cracked on the last word. "Because I think about food all the time, Lavender. It's not a special occasion thing." Ron was already digging through his bag. He pulled out a squashed pasty wrapped in a napkin, tore it roughly in half, and held a piece out to Harry. "Eat. You look awful." Harry took it. He wasn't hungry, but Ron was right about one thing. His hands were shaking slightly, and sugar might help. He bit into the pasty. It was cold and the crust was soggy, and it was the best thing he'd eaten in hours. If only because it gave his mouth something to do other than ask questions that didn't have answers. Hermione watched them eat, and then, with the air of someone making a major concession, accepted a small piece from Ron. She chewed it with her eyes closed, her notes resting on her knee. And for just a moment the three of them were just three teenagers eating bad pastry on the floor, and that was fine. That was enough. "All right," Hermione said, brushing crumbs off her robes. "We need a plan. Already?" Ron groaned. "Yes, already. Tomorrow the teachers will be back on their normal schedules. The goblet is still accepting names. And according to this thing, Harry's name goes in within 3 days whether we like it or not. We can't just sit here. We could sit here a little bit longer," Ron suggested. "Fine, plan, go. First, we cover this thing up. Nobody else sees it tonight. I don't want rumors spreading before we understand what we're dealing with. Second, I go to the library in the morning and research predictive artifacts. Third, Harry, you talk to nobody about this until we've had a proper discussion about what to tell and who to tell." "And me?" Ron asked. "You watch Harry's back. If someone put their name in for a chance to enter a deadly tournament, and a magical system just identified Harry as its primary target, then someone in this school might already know more than we do. Keep your eyes open." Ron straightened slightly. For all his complaining, he'd always been good at this part, the watching part, the standing beside Harry part. It was the thing Ron did best, even when he didn't believe it himself. "I can do that," he said. The portrait hole swung open. Fred and George Weasley came through. Mid-argument about whether it was possible to charm a toilet to sing the school song every time someone flushed it, and stopped dead when they saw the crowd around the fireplace. "What have we missed?" Fred asked. "Is someone hurt? Is it Neville?" "Neville, are you hurt?" George was already reaching into his pocket, probably for a joke bandage that would make Neville's nose honk. There's a magical console on the floor that can predict the future, and it picked Harry as its user, and it just showed someone dying at the Triwizard Tournament," Ron said in one breath. George blinked. "Right," Fred said. "And I thought our evening was going to be boring." They shouldered through the small crowd and crouched near the console, moving in that perfectly synchronized way they had, like mirrors of each other. "This is brilliant," George said, reading the display. "This is dangerous," Hermione corrected. "Dangerous is just brilliant with consequences, Hermione." Fred was squinting at the text. "Fate Dept. Paradox Events." "This is like the enchanted ledger we tried to build last year, except it actually works." "You tried to build a future, predicting ledger." Hermione looked horrified. Emphasis on tried. "It kept predicting that George would lose all his hair by age 20, so we figured it was broken." Fred grinned. "But this active quests. Traits. This is a game system, George. An RPG system," George agreed, "except real." "What's an RPG?" Ron asked. "Role-playing game," Dean said from across the room. He still hadn't come closer. "Your character has stats, levels, quests. You make choices. The story changes. Except this isn't a character," Hermione said, her voice tight. "It's Harry, a real person with real stats and a real life. And this thing is treating him like a player in some game." "Can it predict Quidditch matches?" Fred asked. "Fred," Hermione snapped. "What?" "I'm asking a legitimate question. If this thing can see probable outcomes, then the Ireland versus Bulgaria match next summer is basically free money. Someone is going to die, and you're thinking about Quidditch bets." "Hermione, someone is always going to die. That's the whole problem with being alive. But knowing the Quidditch scores in advance, that only happens once." George elbowed him. "Read the room, Freddie." "I'm reading the room." "The room is terrified." "I'm trying to lighten things up." But Fred's expression shifted, just for a second, and Harry saw something real underneath the grin. Fred was scared too. He was just better at hiding it. Harry sat down on the floor. Not because he wanted to. Because his legs were doing that thing where they stopped feeling entirely solid, and sitting was better than falling. The warmth from the fireplace hit his left side. The cold from the stone floor seeped up through his trousers. "I need to think," he said. "Harry," Hermione started. "Just give me a minute." She did. Everyone did. The common room was quiet except for the fire and the hum of the console and the faint sound of wind against the tower windows. Hermione was the one who organized it because of course she was. Within 15 minutes, she'd sent Lavender and Dean to keep watch at the portrait hole in case a teacher came by early. Positioned Neville in the armchair closest to the console as an accidental lookout, and sat herself cross-legged on the floor with a parchment and quill, taking notes. "We need to establish what this thing can and can't do before we bring anyone else in," she said. "If we go to Dumbledore without information, he'll either confiscate it immediately or dismiss it. Either way, we lose access to something that might be critical." "Since when do you want to keep secrets from Dumbledore?" Ron asked. He was sitting next to Harry on the floor, their shoulders almost touching. "Since a magical artifact told me a student is going to die, and I want to know enough to actually prevent it, Ronald." Ron held up his hands. "Augur," Hermione said. And there was something surreal about watching Hermione address a glowing console on the floor of the Gryffindor common room, like she was conducting a job interview. "Can you provide information about yourself without costing Fate Dept? General system information is free of charge. Only future simulations incur Fate Debt." "Good." First question, why Harry? Why is he the primary user? The primary user is selected based on narrative centrality. Harry James Potter occupies the highest density of probability intersections of any living individual currently at this location. In simpler terms, more futures pass through him than anyone else. The way it said that made Harry's skin crawl. More futures pass through him. like he was a doorway, like things were coming through him whether he wanted them to or not. Hermione's quill was moving fast. Second question. You mentioned the True Wizard tournament. Harry hasn't entered the tournament. He's not old enough. Correct. Harry James Potter has not entered. Harry James Potter will be entered. The words hit the room like a physical thing. Ron swore under his breath. Hermione's quill stopped. That's not possible, Harry said. Dumbledore's age line. The age line will be circumvented. Not by you. The probability of your name emerging from the goblet of fire within the next 72 hours is 97.3%. Harry felt sick. Actually, physically sick. Like someone had scooped out his stomach and replaced it with cold water. He was going to be in the tournament, not because he wanted to be, because someone was going to force him into it. Who? He asked. Who puts my name in? That information requires a full simulation session. Of course it does, Ron muttered. Hermione recovered first. She odd question. The body in the graveyard. You said 94.7% probability. If Harry uses the simulations to prepare, does that probability change? Yes. Active engagement with simulations can alter probability streams. However, each alteration increases fate debt, which triggers paradox events that may create new dangers equal to or greater than those avoided. So it's a trap, Ron said. Use it and get punished for using it. Don't use it and someone dies anyway. It is a tool, the augur said. Tools are not traps. Users determine outcomes. That's exactly what a trap would say, Ron shot back. Harry almost laughed. Almost. The absurdity of Ron arguing with a magical console while sitting on the floor of their common room at 10 on a Thursday night was the kind of thing that would be funny if it wasn't terrifying. Fred and George had been whispering to each other during all of this, fast and urgent, their heads together. George straightened up. Quick question, George said. If Fred and I wanted to run a simulation, say, a Quidditch match, just a small one, would it show us? Simulations are available only to the primary user. Secondary users may observe with the primary user's permission, but the fate debt accrues to the primary user. So Harry pays the price no matter who watches, Hermione said. She wrote that down and underlined it twice. Wicked, Fred said. Then, catching Hermione's glare, I mean wicked in the bad way. Obviously. Very bad. Terrible. The augur has a question for the primary user, the console said. Everyone looked at it. Harry looked at it. Go ahead, Harry said. Do you wish to proceed with system access, understanding the costs and limitations described? This is a one-time confirmation. Once accepted, the system remains active until decommissioned. Once declined, the system relocates to the next eligible user. Don't say yes, Hermione said immediately. Harry, think about this. If he says no, it goes to someone else? Ron said. What if it goes to someone worse? What if it goes to Malfoy? That was a horrible thought. Harry could picture it. Draco Malfoy with access to a future predicting system, feeding information back to his father, back to people who would use it for the worst possible reasons. He wouldn't be eligible, Hermione argued. It said narrative centrality. Malfoy doesn't have that. You don't know that, Ron said. And even if it skips Malfoy, it goes to somebody. At least Harry we trust. Hermione looked at Harry. Her eyes were bright and worried and fierce and scared. It's your decision, she said. I hate that, but it is. Harry looked at the console. The text glowed steadily, waiting for him. Someone was going to put his name in the goblet of fire. Someone was going to die in a graveyard. And this thing, whatever it was offering him a chance to see it coming. The cost was real. He understood that. Every look at the future came with a price. And the prices got worse the more you looked. But the alternative was walking into something blind. Walking into a tournament he never asked for, toward a graveyard he'd just seen, with no warning and no preparation. Yes, Harry said. I accept. The console pulsed once, warm and white. and the hum in Harry's teeth shifted to something deeper. Like the whole room had dropped half a note in pitch. MRU sar lothaba jamas patar klugurar sheswastem voipunto y opiritaionale. Well, Fred said. No going back now. Was there ever? Harry asked. He meant it as a joke. It didn't come out like one. The console's display shifted again. News sections of VAI labi LC1 yoyotr tarda to URA amanantr fo UF lepo fo fati debti par sist voyestem noda system. Pia letter resito iotis SMS, tio manenta in PSYC oligars te lidui, OVR esmerwayo desnande memoir F regimenidion. Paranoia. Ron read aloud. Brilliant. As if we weren't paranoid enough already. Memory fragmentation, Hermione murmured. She was writing faster now, her handwriting getting smaller and tighter as she ran out of space on the parchment. It's saying that looking at the future can damage your memories. That's consistent with experimental chronomancy. The mind wasn't built to hold two timelines at once. So every time Harry uses this thing, it could mess with his head, Ron asked. Potentially. And we're not smashing it because someone is going to die in a graveyard, Ron. Because Harry's going to be forced into a tournament designed for adults. Because this might be the only advantage we have. Ron ran his hands through his hair. He did that when he was frustrated, pulling at the red strands until they stood up at odd angles. I don't like it. I want that on record. Ronald Bilious Weasley does not like this. Noted, Hermione said, without looking up from her notes. I mean it, Hermione. This thing feels wrong. It knows too much, it talks too calm. And it showed up out of nowhere on the floor of our common room like someone dropped it off. I know. So who dropped it off? That's what I want to know. Who put a future-seeing console in Gryffindor Tower, and why did they want Harry to find it? Nobody had an answer. The augur didn't volunteer one. Seamus spoke up from near the door. He'd been so quiet Harry had forgotten he was still in the room. Maybe it doesn't matter who put it there. Maybe it matters what we do with it. That's either really wise or really stupid, Fred said. Thanks, Fred. No problem, mate. By midnight, the common room had mostly cleared out. Lavender had gone up to bed looking pale. Dean had left with Seamus, both of them talking in low voices. Neville had fallen asleep in the armchair, which was probably the healthiest response anyone had managed. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stayed. Fred and George had retreated to a corner table, working on something with parchment and quills, occasionally glancing over at the console with expressions that mixed hunger and caution. Harry didn't love those expressions, but he had bigger problems. We need rules, Hermione said. She had 3 pages of notes now, for ourselves. Before we go to any teacher, before we use any simulation, we need rules. Rule 1, Ron said.
Don't die, Ron. What?
It's a good rule, Rule 1, Hermione said, ignoring him. No one uses the system without all 3 of us present. No solo sessions. If Harry runs a simulation, Ron and I are there to pull him out if something goes wrong. Agreed, Harry said. Rule 2, we keep a log of every session. Exactly what was shown. How long and any fate debt symptoms after. If there's a pattern to the paradox events, I want to find it. You think there's a pattern? Harry asked. There's always a pattern. The augur is a system. Systems have rules. Rules have patterns. We just need enough data. Rule 3, Ron said. We eat first. I'm not making decisions about the future on an empty stomach. Hermione stared at him. Then, despite everything, she laughed. It was short and a bit raw, and she covered her mouth with her hand. But it was a real laugh, and it made something in Harry's chest loosen just a fraction. Rule 3, Hermione said. We tell Dumbledore, but on our terms. After we have enough information to make him take it seriously and not just lock it away. That's a dangerous line, Hermione, Harry said. Keeping something like this from him. I know. But Dumbledore has a habit of deciding what people are ready to hear, and I'm tired of being managed. Harry, someone is going to put your name in that goblet. Someone is going to die. I'd rather go to him with answers than questions." Harry nodded. He understood. He didn't entirely agree. The idea of keeping secrets from Dumbledore made his stomach twist. But he understood. The fire had burned low. The common room was all shadows and orange light, the kind of lighting that made everything feel like a secret. The console sat on the floor, its display dimmed to a soft glow, Harry's stats still faintly visible, 137 out of 200. He kept coming back to that number. "What happened at 0, Augur?" Hermione said. "What happens if Harry's HP reaches 0? Primary user termination." The word sat in the air. Termination, not death. Termination. Like shutting down a program, like ending a game. "You mean he dies?" Ron said. "Primary user termination results in permanent cessation of biological function." "Yes," then say dies. "Don't dress it up." Ron's jaw was tight. Harry could see the muscles working under the skin. "And what affects the HP? What makes it go down?" "Physical injury. Magical drain. Psychological trauma sustained beyond coping threshold. Curse exposure. Poisoning. Sustained exposure to dark magical artifacts. Sustained exposure to dark magical artifacts." Hermione repeated. "Like the one currently sitting on our floor. The augur does not classify as a dark magical artifact." "Sure it doesn't," Ron muttered. Hermione said, and her voice had gone very serious, very controlled. "Your HP is 137. Out of 200. You're already missing over 60 points. That's not full health. You haven't done anything dangerous this term. So why are you already down?" Harry knew the answer. He'd known it before she finished the question. 13 years at the Dursleys. The Philosopher's Stone at 11. The Basilisk at 12. Dementors at 13. His body carried every single year like a tally scratched into wood. The augur was just counting what had always been there. "Because it's cumulative," he said. "Isn't it? Everything that's ever happened to me." Hermione's eyes went glassy for a second. She blinked hard and looked down at her notes. Ron put his hand on Harry's shoulder and squeezed once, firm, and then let go. Neither of them said anything. There wasn't anything to say. Fred and George had gone upstairs 10 minutes ago. George yawning and Fred still scribbling on his parchment as they climbed. The common room belonged to the three of them now. "I've got another question," Ron said. He was lying on his back on the rug now, staring at the ceiling. "Why now? If this thing exists, if it can predict the future, why show up now? Why this year?" "Because of the tournament," Hermione said. "Or because of what happens after," Harry said quietly. They both looked at him. The graveyard scene, that tall figure. "You all saw it." Harry's scar twinged like an echo. "If the tournament is just the beginning and something worse is coming." He didn't finish. He didn't need to. They'd all seen the figure. Tall and pale and wrong. They didn't need Harry to say the name. "Then the augur showed up because whatever's coming is big enough to warrant it," Ron said. "Like a warning system? Or a test?" Hermione said. "We don't know if the augur is on our side. We don't know if it has a side." The console's hum was steady and constant. Like a heartbeat that didn't belong to anyone in the room. It happened at 1:45 in the morning. Harry was half asleep, his head tipping forward and jerking back every few seconds. Ron was fully asleep, snoring softly on the rug. Hermione was still writing, because Hermione had apparently decided that sleep was optional when the fate of the wizarding world was on the table. The console chimed. Not the hum. A different sound, sharp and brief, like a bell struck once and then muffled. Harry's eyes snapped open. Hermione looked up. The display had changed. The stats screen was gone. In its place, a single line of text in red, pulsing slowly. "LRTC codar observar detitida ACCS's pot. UNKNW and Mani P. Rimar USER." Harry was on his feet before he registered, standing up. Hermione was already at his side. Ron woke with a snort and said that. "Someone else is watching," Harry said. "Watching what?" Ron rubbed his eyes. "The console? Watching me. My data, my stats. Someone else has access. Ron was on his feet in 2 seconds, wand out, scanning the room like the observer might be standing in the corner. Where? Who? It doesn't say who, just that they're there. The text held for 5 seconds, maybe 6. Then it vanished. The console reverted to Harry's stats page as if nothing had happened. Did you see it? Harry asked Hermione. I saw it. Her face was chalk white. Someone has a secondary connection to the auger. They can see what it shows you. Maybe more. Who? I don't know. But Harry, if someone else can see the predictions, if they can see the same things we just saw. She didn't finish. She didn't have to. If someone else could see the true wizard simulation, the graveyard, the body, then they could use that information. Plan around it. Exploit it. Ron was pacing now, his wand still out, his footsteps heavy on the stone floor. This changes everything. We were sitting here making rules and keeping notes, and someone else has been watching the whole time. They know what we know. Maybe more. We don't know how long the observer has had access, Hermione said. She was trying to be measured about it, but her voice was unsteady. It could be recent. It could be from the moment the auger activated. Or from before, Harry said. They both looked at him. What if the observer is the reason the auger is here? What if someone put it in the common room because they wanted to watch what it showed me? The console is bait, and we took it. The silence that followed was the worst one yet. Worse than the graveyard image. Worse than the body on the ground. Because this wasn't a future possibility. This was happening right now. We need to find out who it is, Harry said. The auger. Can you identify the secondary observer? Insufficient data. The secondary observer is using masked access protocols. I can detect presence but not identity. Can you block them? Not without decommissioning secondary access entirely. This would reduce system functionality by approximately 30%. What does that mean? Some simulations would become unavailable. Some data streams would close. Harry looked at Hermione. She shook her head slowly. Not yet. We need to know who it is before we start cutting things off. If it's someone dangerous, blocking them might tip them off. And if it's someone at Hogwarts, Ron said, fully awake now, his voice grim. Then we've got a bigger problem than the tournament. The three of them stood there in the dying firelight, looking at the console and its softly glowing display. Harry's face, his stats, his warnings. 3 pending warnings he hadn't read yet. A tournament he hadn't entered. A graveyard he'd already seen. And somewhere someone was watching. I'm going to bed, Ron said finally. Before something else happens. Because something else is definitely going to happen. And I'd rather face it after some sleep. Good idea, Harry said, even though he didn't think sleep was going to come easy tonight. Ron headed for the stairs. Halfway there, he stopped and looked back. Harry, we're going to figure this out, yeah? The 3 of us. Like always, Harry said. Ron nodded once and disappeared up the spiral staircase. His footsteps faded. A door opened and closed. Hermione started gathering her notes. She stacked the parchment, neatly rolled it, and tucked it inside her robes. Her movements were precise and controlled, the way they got when she was holding herself together through sheer force of organization. I'm going to the library first thing tomorrow, she said. Before breakfast. There might be historical references to predictive artifacts like this. The auger isn't the first attempt at future sight, but it might be the first one that actually works this well. Hermione. And I want to reference the fate debt concept with known temporal theory. There's a section in Galbraith's Principles of Chronomancy that discusses feedback loops. Hermione? She stopped, looked at him. Thank you, Harry said, for staying, for not just panicking. Her expression softened. Just for a moment, she wasn't the strategist or the researcher. She was just Hermione. 14 years old and scared, and sitting on the floor of a tower in a castle that had just gotten a lot more complicated. I'm panicking plenty, she said quietly. I'm just doing it productively. She stood and smoothed her robes. Get some sleep. And don't touch that thing without me. I won't. She gave him a look that said she didn't entirely believe him, but chose to trust him anyway, and headed for the girls' staircase. Her footsteps went up and around and faded. A door clicked shut above him. Harry was alone. The common room was empty and cold, the fire down to embers. The console sat on the floor, its display dim. Harry's stats glowed faintly. 137 out of 200. Curse scar link active, warnings 3 pending. He should go to bed. He should walk away, climb the stairs, pull the curtains around his 4 poster, and deal with this in the morning like a sane person. He didn't move. The augur was watching him. That was the thing he couldn't shake. Not in a sinister way, not with eyes or cameras or anything he could point to. But the console was aware of him in a way that went beyond magic as he understood it. It had measured him, counted his health, his traits, his connections, his scars. It had shown him a future where someone died and offered him the chance to change it, at a cost, and then told him someone else was already watching, and it had called him primary user, not chosen one, not the boy who lived. Primary user. Like he was the first account on a system that could have others. He walked toward the console. Not to use it. Just to look. Just to see. Augur, he said softly. The warnings. What are they? The display flickered. Text appeared one line at a time. War eing 1. Tobadine 71 Hayurs. Yo, kayan out. Pivre and SR Harry 92 Fiondia RL break before a TR ints. The third line took longer. Like the console was hesitating, like it was choosing its words. Engi 3OU forest. Oenlis yo u stuplokui. Harry stared at it. His breathing had gone shallow without him noticing. The room felt very small and very large at the same time, the walls pressing in and the ceiling retreating into darkness above him. You die in the forest. Unless you stop looking. Looking at what? The simulations? The future, the console itself. The text dissolved, the stats screen returned. The console hummed its quiet, endless hum. Harry stood there for a long time. The fire cracked once, a last pocket of sap popping in the embers, and then went dark. The only light in the room was the augur, glowing against his face, patient and steady and waiting. He turned and walked to the stairs, climbed them in the dark, found his bed, pulled the curtains closed, lay down. He didn't sleep for a very long time, and somewhere in the castle, in a room Harry didn't know about, a second screen was glowing. Harry's name came out of the goblet of fire on a Saturday evening, 69 hours after the augur had predicted it. He'd been sitting between Ron and Hermione at the Gryffindor table, picking at shepherd's pie and pretending to listen to a conversation about whether Crumb looked intimidating or just constipated, when Dumbledore unfolded the 4th slip of parchment and read his name aloud. The Great Hall went quiet the way it does when something happens that nobody quite believes, not silent but muffled, like the world had been covered with a heavy blanket. Harry didn't move. He heard his name. He understood on a technical level that Dumbledore had just said, Harry Potter, to a room full of people. But his body didn't get the message. He sat there with his fork halfway to his mouth and shepherd's pie slowly sliding off the tines. Harry? Hermione's voice, tight and close, right by his ear. Harry, you need to stand up. Right. Now, Harry. He stood. The fork clattered onto his plate. 600 heads turned toward him, and the weight of their attention was so physical he almost sat back down. He walked to the front of the hall on legs that felt like they belonged to someone else. Past the Hufflepuff table where Cedric Diggory was staring at him with an expression caught between confusion and something darker. Past the Ravenclaws who were already whispering behind their hands. The room behind the head table was small and warm. Fleur Delacour stood by the fireplace, her silver hair catching the light. Crumb leaned against the wall with his arms folded. Cedric was pacing. All three of them looked at Harry when he walked in, and the age gap felt like a canyon. They were 17, 18. He was 14 and 3 months, and he felt every single day of that difference. "What is this?" Fleur said. "Is this a little boy?" Harry didn't have the energy to be offended. He was too busy trying to breathe normally. Dumbledore came through the door behind him, followed by Crouch, Bagman, Karkaroff, Madame Maxim, McGonagall, and Snape. The room got very crowded very fast, and the next 20 minutes were a blur of shouting and accusations in Crouch's flat bureaucratic voice explaining that the goblet constituted a binding magical contract. And there was nothing to be done. Harry stood in the middle of it and said almost nothing. Because what was there to say? The augur had told him this would happen. 97.3%. He'd had 3 days to prepare for this moment, and it still felt like getting hit by a bus. When they finally let him go, he walked back toward Gryffindor Tower with his hands in his pockets and his head down. The corridors were empty. Everyone was still in the Great Hall, buzzing about the fourth champion, the impossible thing that had just happened. Harry's footsteps echoed off the stone. He was halfway up the 7th floor corridor when his scar twinged. Not hard, just a flicker, like the one in the common room 3 nights ago. And at the same time, something happened in his vision. The air in front of him shimmered, like heat rising off pavement, and text appeared. Not on a screen, in his eyeline, floating in the air about 2 feet from his face, glowing the same soft white as the augur's display, and a QST asses URVIV TTOBJ EFTV. Kemendil tari taskes of tituebar zio armanimente quisho diageto dina TTI shiltan rasais bindg. Rasilstan paramanead megikale kora demimagi. Teach bndngis tiro ger tarne hagi warts a diamonestimamase varer. Harry stopped walking. He stared at the text until it faded, about 5 seconds, and then he was alone in the corridor again. The binding is stronger than current Hogwarts administration is aware, meaning Dumbledore didn't know the full scope of what the goblet's contract meant. Or he knew and hadn't told Harry. Neither option was comforting. Harry kept walking. His hands were shaking slightly inside his pockets. The quest notification was gone, but the words stayed in his head, burned there, like looking at a bright light and seeing the afterimage when you closed your eyes. Survive the contract. As if there was an alternative. Ron was waiting in the common room. Not Hermione. Ron, he was sitting in the armchair near the augur, which they'd covered with an old blanket 3 days ago, and which nobody had touched since. His arms were crossed and his jaw was set, and Harry knew that posture. That was Ron's fighting posture. "So?" Ron said. "I didn't put my name in." Harry blinked. "You do. Course I do. The bloody machine told us 3 days ago this was going to happen. Unless you think the augur made it up, and you went along with it, which would be a pretty rubbish plan. Honestly." Ron's voice was flat, but his eyes were complicated. "I'm not angry about the goblet." "Harry, then what are you angry about?" Ron was quiet for a second. Scared, mostly. Trying not to show it. Doing a bad job. Harry sat down on the floor across from him. The fire was burning properly tonight, warm and bright, and the common room was empty. Everyone was still downstairs dissecting the evening's drama. "The augur gave me a quest notification," Harry said, "just now. In the corridor. It appeared in the air in front of my face, like a heads-up display." "A what?" "Like a screen you can see through. It said the goblet's binding is stronger than Dumbledore knows." Ron's expression shifted. The anger, or the fear dressed up as anger, drained out and was replaced by something focused and alert. Stronger how? It didn't say specifically. Just that failing to compete means permanent magical core damage, and that the administration isn't fully aware of the terms. Dumbledore doesn't know. That's what it said. Then we tell him. Right? We show him the augur and we tell him. Hermione wants to wait. Hermione wants to wait until she's catalogued every spell this thing has ever thought about casting. I love her, but she's going to research us into a grave. Ron leaned forward. Harry, this is bigger than having enough data. If the contract can damage your magical core, Dumbledore needs to know tonight. Harry ran his hand through his hair. Ron was right. Hermione was right. They were both right about different things, and the truth was somewhere in the middle, where it was hard to reach. The portrait hole opened. Hermione came through, slightly out of breath, her cheeks flushed from hurrying up 7 flights of stairs. She looked at Harry, then at Ron, read the situation in about half a second, and sat down on the rug between them. "Tell me everything," she said. Harry told her about the quest notification, the binding, the warning about Dumbledore. Hermione listened without interrupting, which was unusual for her, and when he finished she sat very still with her hands folded in her lap. "Why use the simulation?" she said. "What?" Ron said tonight. "We use the augur. We run the True-Wizard simulation, and we find out what the first task is, how to prepare, and what the contract actually means. Then we go to Dumbledore with specifics, not rumors." "Hermione, that's one fate debt point. You said yourself we don't know what the paradox stuff does." "I know what dying does, Ron. I know what permanent magical core damage does. One fate debt point is a price we can afford. Ignorance isn't." Ron looked at Harry. Harry looked at the blanket covering the augur. Under there, the console was humming. He could feel it through the floor, a faint vibration, patient and constant. "All right," Harry said. "We do it tonight." They waited until the common room cleared out fully, which took until almost midnight, because half of Gryffindor wanted to corner Harry and either congratulate him or interrogate him. Neville ran interference, bless him, telling people Harry had a headache and needed space, which wasn't even a lie because Harry's head was pounding. At 12:15, the 3 of them sat on the floor around the augur. Hermione pulled off the blanket. The console's display was dim, waiting. HP 135 out of 200, it went down. Hermione said immediately, "You were at 137 3 days ago. Now, the stress of the goblet selection?" Ron suggested. "Psychological trauma sustained beyond coping threshold." Harry quoted from the augur's explanation 3 nights ago. "Getting your name pulled out of a magical death tournament probably qualifies." "Don't joke about that," Hermione said. "I wasn't joking." She pressed her lips together and turned to the console. "Augur, the primary user wishes to access the True-Wizard tournament simulation. Task 1 only. Can you isolate that?" "Affirmative. Task 1 simulation available. Duration approximately 15 minutes real time. Cost 1 fate debt point. Current fate debt 0. Proceed." Harry looked at his friends. Ron gave a short nod. Hermione's jaw was tight, but she nodded too. "Proceed," Harry said. The display expanded. The soft white glow brightened and the image grew, filling the space above the console like a window opening into another version of the world. Harry leaned in. He saw an arena, rocky, enclosed, with towering stands packed with spectators. The sky above was overcast, and the air in the simulation seemed to shimmer with heat. In the center of the arena, chained to a rock by one leg, was a dragon. "Oh?" Ron whispered. "Oh, that's a Hungarian horntail." Harry knew what a horntail looked like. He'd seen pictures. The real thing, even in a simulation, was worse. Black scales, yellow eyes, a tail covered in spikes that looked like they could punch through castle walls. It was sitting on a nest of eggs, one of which was gold, and it was watching the entrance to the arena with the kind of focused patience that said it had all the time in the world, and it was going to use that time to kill whatever came through that gap. "The objective is the golden egg," the augur said. "The champion must retrieve it from the nesting mother without being killed. The dragon is hostile and untranquilized. The chain restricts movement to a 50-meter radius." 50 meters is a lot of room for a dragon, Ron muttered. "Can you show me possible strategies?" Harry asked. His mouth was dry. The dragon in the simulation swung its massive head, tracking a bird that flew across the arena. The bird didn't land, smart bird. The display shifted. It showed Harry, a simulation version of him. The sim, Harry looked terrified, which was realistic. Text appeared alongside the figure A stira de AAA APRO8CH, 89%. Paroabilidoi of DH 34%. Next, Harry said quickly. Stratega BA distridione and spiodi. Tio calbaram sti kiarbar and retire VL pareba y of ing or I41%. PR babaili y of D87%. That one, Hermione said. A broomstick. You're the youngest seeker in a century, Harry. Flying is your strongest skill. I can't bring a broom into the arena. They said we're only allowed our wands. Actio, Hermione said. The summoning charm, you call it to you. From outside the arena. It's not against the rules because you're only using your wand. Harry stared at her. That's actually brilliant. I know. The simulation ran. Harry cast the summoning charm. Waited an agonizing 30 seconds for the broom to arrive. Dodged a blast of fire that scorched the rocks where he'd been standing. Mounted the broom and took to the air. From above, the dragon was still terrifying but manageable. It strained against its chain, belched fire upward, and Harry dove underneath the arc of flame, grabbed the egg, and shot back into the sky. 7% chance of death, Ron said. That's the best option. That's the best option for someone who can fly, the augur corrected. Other champions will use different approaches suited to their abilities. The simulation continued. It showed fragments of what came next. Fast and unclear. Harry in the lake underwater, struggling with something. A dark maze with something moving in the hedges. But these sections were blurred, pixelated, like watching a video through frosted glass. Why can't I see those clearly? Harry asked. Task 2 and Task 3 simulations require additional fate debt. The current session covers Task 1 only, with fragmentary previews of subsequent events at no extra cost. However, the augur paused. It was the first time Harry had heard it hesitate. However what? The simulation flickered. The blurred images of the lake and maze vanished. In their place, a different scene. Clear, sharp. The same graveyard from the first night. The same sick sky, the same gravestones. But this time Harry saw more. He saw himself tied to a headstone. A short, rat-faced man was cutting his arm with a knife. Blood ran into a stone cauldron, and something was rising from the cauldron, pale and skeletal and not yet fully formed, and Harry's scar exploded with pain. Real pain, not simulation pain, a white, hot line of fire from his forehead to the back of his skull. He jerked backward. The display collapsed, shrinking back down to the console's surface. The graveyard disappeared. Harry was on his back on the common room floor, with his hand pressed to his forehead, and his teeth clenched so hard his jaw ached.
Harry!
Hermione was over him instantly, her hands on his shoulders. Harry, look at me. Look at me, not the screen. He opened his eyes. Hermione's face was inches from his. She was scared. He could see it in the way her eyebrows pulled together, and the way her breathing had gone fast and shallow. But she was holding his shoulders firmly and her voice was steady and she was right there. "I'm okay," he said. "You're bleeding." He touched his scar. His fingers came back red. Not a lot. A smear, but the scar hadn't bled since second year, since the diary, and the sight of his own blood on his fingertips made the room tilt sideways for a second. Ron handed him a cloth napkin from somewhere. Harry pressed it to his forehead and sat up slowly. His head was pounding, and there were white spots in his vision, drifting like dust motes in sunlight. "Session complete," the augur said. "Fate debt 1 point. Current fate debt total 1. Primary user is advised to rest. Temporal feedback symptoms may include headache, tremors, and involuntary recall of simulation content." "Involuntary recall?" Hermione asked sharply. "Flashbacks," the augur said. "Brief, unpredictable. Content may include scenes from the simulation as well as scenes not yet viewed." "Scenes not yet viewed," Hermione repeated. You mean he might see things from the future that he didn't even look at? A secondary effect of fate debt. The more debt accumulated, the more the boundary between viewed and unviewed content erodes. You could have mentioned that before we started, Ron said. His voice was low and dangerous, the voice he used when he was genuinely angry, rather than just irritated. The information was provided in the initial system parameters. The augur replied. Temporal feedback symptoms are listed under fate debt, subsection 3. Nobody reads the terms and conditions, Ron snapped. Harry slept badly. He dreamed about gravestones and cauldrons, and something pale rising from dark water, and he woke up 3 times with his scar burning and sweat soaking his pillow. The third time, he gave up on sleep entirely and sat in his bed with the curtains closed, watching the gray light of dawn creep across the ceiling. Hermione was waiting for him at breakfast. She had dark circles under her eyes, which meant she hadn't slept much either. She'd been to the library already. There was a stack of books next to her plate that she'd clearly brought from the restricted section, given that one of them was growling softly. We need to start training today, she said before Harry had even sat down. The first task is November 24th. That's 3 weeks. You need to be able to cast a summoning charm strong enough to pull your firebolt from Gryffindor Tower to the arena. Good morning to you too, Hermione. Good morning. 3 weeks, Harry. Ron dropped into the seat across from them. He looked rough. His eyes were puffy and his hair was sticking up on one side. I couldn't sleep, he said. Kept thinking about that graveyard, the cauldron. Don't, Harry said. Not here. Ron glanced around. The great hall was filling up, and the buzz of conversation about the 4th champion was still going strong. Cedric Diggory was sitting at the Hufflepuff table and wouldn't meet Harry's eyes. Fair enough. Harry wouldn't meet his own eyes either if he could manage it. After classes, Hermione said, lowering her voice. Empty classroom on the 3rd floor. We train, every evening until the task. And so they did. The first session was rough. Harry's summoning charm was decent for small objects. Cushions flew to his hand on the first try, books on the second. But when Hermione set a chair across the room and told him to call it, the charm wobbled, the chair scraped 3 feet across the floor and stopped. Again, Hermione said, it's not strong enough. The firebolt is heavier than a chair and it'll be hundreds of meters away, so we make it stronger. Again. He cast again. The chair moved further this time, nearly halfway across the room, before tipping over and sliding to a stop. Your wand movement is too wide, Hermione said. She came up beside him and adjusted his arm, pushing his elbow in. Her hand was warm on his forearm. Tighter arc. You're wasting power on the sweep. It's not a throwing motion, it's a pulling motion. Like reeling in a fish. I've never gone fishing. Then imagine you're calling the snitch. Same instinct. You want it, you reach for it, it comes. Harry tried again. The chair flew across the room and smashed into the wall behind him. Ron yelped and ducked. Better, Hermione said, ignoring the damage. Again, they trained every night for a week. Ron kept time, called out distractions to test Harry's focus, and quietly repaired the furniture that Harry kept breaking. Hermione drilled the theory until Harry could recite the mechanics of a summoning charm in his sleep, which he practically did, muttering, Accio, Accio, in his dreams until Ron threw a pillow at him from the next bed. On the 4th night, Harry hit a wall. The charm was strong enough now to pull a desk from across the room, but it was inconsistent. Some casts were clean. The desk would fly straight and true. Others wobbled or veered left or arrived with so much force it nearly took his head off. The frustration was eating him alive. I'm not getting better, he said, sitting on the floor with his back against the wall. His wand arm ached from 3 hours of casting. I'm just getting random. You're getting better, Hermione said. She was sitting on the teacher's desk, legs crossed, Notes in her lap. You're just tired. There's a difference. What if tired is how I feel during the task? What if I'm shaking and exhausted and the charm doesn't work and the dragon eats me? Dragons don't eat people. They burn them. Oh, brilliant. That's much better, thanks. Ron was lying on a repaired chair across the room, tossing a ball of parchment at the ceiling and catching it. You won't be tired during the task, Harry. You'll be terrified. Adrenaline will handle the energy part. That's actually not wrong, Hermione admitted. Don't sound so surprised. Harry closed his eyes. Behind them, the graveyard flashed. Just for a second. The cauldron, the pale shape, the knife. He opened his eyes again quickly. Hermione noticed. She always noticed. She slid off the desk and crossed the room and crouched in front of him. Hey, look at me. He looked at her. Not the screen. Not the flashbacks. Me. She held his gaze and her eyes were brown and steady and completely real, and for a second the graveyard was very far away. You are not in that future yet. You are here, in this room, with us. And tomorrow you will cast the charm again, and it will be better than today, because that is how practice works. And if it's not, then we practice more, that's all. Just more time. She put her hand on his wand arm. Above the wrist, where the muscles were sore and knotted. Her fingers were warm. You don't have to do this perfectly. You just have to do it well enough. And you will. Harry exhaled. The tight thing in his chest loosened, not all the way, but enough. Hermione squeezed his arm and stood up, and the moment was over, but something had changed in the space between them. Not a big change. Just a shift. Like a door opening an inch, letting warmth through. Ron caught his parchment ball one last time, looked at the two of them, and raised an eyebrow but said nothing. The augur stayed under its blanket during training. They'd agreed. No more simulations until after the first task. 1 point of fate debt was enough. Harry was already getting the flashbacks the augur had warned about. Quick ones lasting half a second, usually at bad moments. He'd be eating lunch and suddenly see the graveyard. Walking to class and feel the heat of dragon fire on his face. Sitting in potions and hear the sound of something climbing out of a cauldron. He didn't tell Ron and Hermione about all of them. He told them about the dragon ones, because those were useful, and kept the graveyard ones to himself. He knew Hermione would worry. He knew Ron would want to do something about it, and there was nothing to do except keep going. The twins got into trouble on a Wednesday. Harry was coming back from a training session when he heard shouting from the corridor near the hospital wing. Not angry shouting. Panicked shouting. He ran. Fred Weasley was on the floor outside the infirmary doors with George kneeling next to him. Fred's left arm was bent at an angle that arms weren't supposed to bend, and his face was the color of old parchment. Katie Bell was standing 3 meters away, holding her broom in both hands, crying. What happened? Harry asked, skidding to a stop. Broom malfunction, George said. His voice was very controlled, the way it got when he was trying not to fall apart. During practice. Katie's broom went haywire. Fred grabbed her to stop her falling, and the broom kicked him off. 30 feet. The broom didn't malfunction. Katie sobbed. It was fine, and then it wasn't. Like something switched off. Harry looked at George. George met his eyes, and Harry saw it. The guilt. The understanding. The connection to something that had happened before this. Something George wasn't going to say out loud in the corridor. Madame Pomfrey opened the infirmary doors, levitated Fred inside, and closed the doors in everyone's faces. George stood up slowly. His hands were shaking. Common room, George said to Harry. Now. They walked in silence. When they reached Gryffindor Tower, George pulled Harry, Ron, and Hermione into the corner where the augur sat under its blanket. We did something stupid, George said. Define stupid, Hermione said. 3 days ago, Fred and I uncovered the augur. Just for a minute. We didn't run a simulation, we just asked it a question. Out loud. whether Gryffindor would beat Slytherin in the next Quidditch match. "George," Hermione breathed. It answered. It said yes, 78% probability. And it told us the final score. And we wrote it down. We were going to use it. Just for a laugh, just for betting with Lee Jordan. Nothing serious. And Harry asked, even though he already knew. And nothing happened. For 3 days, nothing happened. We thought it was fine. We thought asking a question didn't count as a simulation, so there wouldn't be any fate debt. George's voice cracked. But Fred's arm is broken in 2 places, and a broom that was perfectly fine this morning stopped working at exactly the wrong moment, and Katie could have died. She could have died, Harry. Nobody spoke for a long moment. The fire crackled. The augur hummed under its blanket. "It wasn't a simulation," Hermione said slowly. "You didn't run a session. You asked a verbal question about a future outcome and received a prediction. The augur counted that as accessing future data." She pulled the blanket back. The display was still showing Harry's stats, but at the bottom. CQDRINURECTUIOLUSNTONQRBY PMR UCR's paradox correctucuan APL IADMINOR CIQ MAMENTA LUR. FET ISATABEAT AJUSTMENTIO.5 PIANS ADDTO Primar USRTEL. It charged Harry, Ron said. They asked the question and it charged Harry. All fate debt accrues to the primary user. Hermione read from her notes. She'd written it down on the first night, underlined twice. It told us that. Anything anyone does with this console, Harry pays the price. George looked like he was going to be sick. He sat down heavily in the armchair and put his head in his hands. "I'm sorry." "Harry, I'm so sorry. We didn't think." "I know you didn't," Harry said. And he meant it. Fred and George weren't reckless out of malice. They were reckless because the world was usually a game to them, and games had rules you could bend without consequences. The augur had just taught them otherwise. "Fred's arm will heal," Hermione said, and her voice was gentle in a way that surprised Harry. Hermione didn't usually soften for the twins. "Madame Pomfrey will fix it overnight. But George, you need to understand something. If you'd asked for more, if you'd pushed for details or odds on something bigger, the correction would have been bigger too. This was minor. A broken arm and a broom malfunction. The next one might not be." George nodded. He didn't lift his head. "Nobody touches the augur except the 3 of us," Harry said. Period. No questions, no peeks, no harmless little checks. This thing isn't a toy. It's a loaded weapon that punishes everyone around me for trying to cheat fate. George finally lifted his head. His eyes were red. "Fred's going to kill me when he finds out it was because of the question." "Don't tell him tonight," Ron said. "Let Pomfrey fix his arm first. He'll be annoyed enough about missing practice without knowing why. He'll figure it out. He's thick about a lot of things, but he's not stupid. Then we deal with it when he does." Harry looked at George steadily. "This isn't your fault." "Not entirely. We should have been clearer about the rules. We should have locked the blanket or put a ward on it or something." "Hermione, I'll ward it tomorrow," she said. "A proximity alert that only the 3 of us can bypass. It's 6th-year charms work, but I can manage it." "Of course you can," Ron said, and for once there was nothing but genuine admiration in it. "And someone else is still watching," Ron added quietly. "The secondary observer. Whoever that is, they just saw what happened to Fred. They know the rules now. They know what happens when you use the system." That thought settled over the room, and nobody tried to shake it off. Professor Moody started watching Harry more closely after the goblet selection. That wasn't unusual. Half the school was watching Harry more closely, but Moody's attention had a different quality. It was specific, targeted, like a predator tracking movement in tall grass. It started in defense against the dark arts on Monday. Harry dodged a practice hex faster than he should have. A reflex sharpened by the simulation's dragon, fire sequences that kept replaying in his head, and Moody noticed. His magical eye swiveled to Harry and stayed there for the rest of the lesson. After class, Moody called him back. "Nice reflexes, Potter," Moody said. His voice was rough, like gravel in a blender. He leaned against his desk and his wooden leg knocked against the side. "Faster than last week. You've been practicing." "A bit, yeah. Good." "You'll need it." Moody's real eye was fixed on Harry's face, while the magical one roamed the empty classroom. "The tournament's not a game, boy. The other champions are older, and they know more magic than you do. You need every edge you can get. I know." "Sir, do you?" Moody took a swig from his flask. "Because from where I'm standing, you look like a kid who found out something he wasn't supposed to know, and it's making him jumpier than a cat in a room full of rocking chairs." Harry's stomach clenched. "I'm just nervous about the task." "Course you are. Anyone with sense would be." Moody studied him for a long moment. "You've got good friends, Potter. That Granger girl, smart one, methodical. She's been coaching you, she's been helping." "Yeah." "Good. She's got the right approach. Preparation? Research? Method?" Moody nodded, more to himself than to Harry. "You hold on to her. People like that are rare. People who think before they act, who build plans instead of just reacting. That's the difference between surviving and getting lucky." Something about the way Moody said it made Harry uncomfortable. Not the words. The words were fine. But the warmth behind them, the specific attention to Hermione, felt off. Like a compliment that was also a cataloging. Like Moody was filing Hermione away as someone worth watching. "Thanks, Professor," Harry said, and got out of the room as fast as he could without running. He found Hermione in the library after dinner and told her about the conversation. She listened carefully, her quill pausing over her ancient runes homework. "He's right, though," she said, "about preparation being important. Maybe he's just being a good teacher. Maybe." "You don't think so?" "I don't know what I think. He watches me, Hermione, not like the other teachers. Like he's studying something." She was quiet for a moment. "The augur said someone else is observing the system. We assumed it was someone accessing it remotely. But what if the observer isn't using the augur directly? What if they're observing you, watching how you behave, looking for signs that you know more than you should?" "You think Moody is the observer." "I think Moody is paying very close attention to you, and I don't know why." "That's not the same as an accusation. It's an observation." She smiled slightly. "He said I had the right approach." "Yeah." "That part bothered me most." "Why?" "Because it felt like he was impressed. And I don't know what someone like Moody being impressed with my best friend means. But it doesn't feel safe." Hermione's smile faded. She looked down at her homework, but Harry could tell she wasn't reading it. She was thinking. The quill sat motionless on the parchment, and a small blot of ink spread where the nib rested. Keep watching him," she said finally. "And we don't tell him anything about the augur." "Nothing. Agreed?" November 20, 4th came fast. Harry stood in the champion's tent with his wand in his hand, and his heart trying to beat its way out of his chest. Through the canvas walls, he could hear the crowd. Thousands of people, roaring and stamping, excited for the spectacle. His mouth tasted like copper. Cedric went first. Harry heard the dragon roar, heard the crowd gasp, heard a sound that might have been stone-shattering. Cedric came back 12 minutes later with a burned face and the golden egg, and he looked like he'd aged 3 years. Fleur went second. Crumb third. Harry was last. He stood at the entrance to the arena and looked out at the Hungarian horntail. It was exactly like the simulation. Exactly. The same arena, the same rocks, the same chain, the same dragon. Black scales catching the November sunlight. Yellow eyes tracking him from the moment he stepped through the gap. The augur's simulation had shown him this. He knew where the rocks were. He knew the chain's range. He knew the dragon would go for fire first, teeth second, tail third. But knowing and doing were separated by a gap the size of the arena itself, and Harry's legs were shaking as he raised his wand. "Accio Firebolt!" he shouted. His voice cracked on the second syllable. The charm left his wand and shot upward, invisible, racing over the stands and the castle and all the distance between him and Gryffindor Tower. Now he had to wait. 30 seconds, Hermione had estimated, maybe 40, and in those 30 seconds, he had a dragon and no broom, and nothing but his feet and a wand and the echo of 3 weeks of training. The Horntail lunged. Harry threw himself behind a boulder. Fire hit the rock and the heat was extraordinary, not warm, not hot, but a physical wall of temperature that sucked the moisture out of his skin and singed the hair on the back of his hands. He could hear the stone cracking. The dragon pulled back, took a breath, and Harry ran. Not toward the eggs, away. Diagonal across the arena, keeping rocks between him and the dragon, buying seconds. The crowd was screaming. Ludo Bagman's commentary was a distant buzzing. Harry couldn't hear the words. His world had narrowed to the dragon, the rocks, and the space between fire blasts, where the air was breathable. 15 seconds gone, maybe 20. The dragon's tail whipped around a boulder and caught Harry across the shoulder. The impact spun him and he hit the ground hard, landing on his back. Pain shot through his shoulder and down his arm. He rolled, and the tail came down again where his head had been, slamming into the ground and leaving a crater. 25 seconds. He heard it before he saw it. The whistle of air being cut at speed. The firebolt came over the top of the arena, like a bolt from a crossbow, red handle gleaming. And Harry leapt for it. His fingers closed around the handle. His legs swung up. The broom responded to him the way it always did, like an extension of his body, and suddenly he was 40 feet in the air, and the dragon was below him and the world made sense again. From up here, he could see everything, the nest of eggs. The gold one, slightly brighter than the rest, sitting at the edge of the cluster. The dragon, straining against its chain, jaws snapping at the air where Harry had been standing. The crowd, a blur of faces and color. He dove. The Horntail saw him coming. It reared back and breathed fire upward, a column of orange and yellow that turned the air above the arena into a furnace. Harry pulled left, hard, the broom screaming with the turn, and the fire missed him by less than a foot. He felt it sear the sole of his right shoe. He smelled burning leather. He came around the back of the dragon, where its head couldn't reach without turning, and dove again. Lower this time. Faster. The golden egg was right there, sitting in the dirt, and Harry reached out with his free hand and grabbed it. His fingers closed around cold metal. He pulled up, the broom climbing, the egg heavy in his grip, and the dragon bellowed behind him with a sound that shook the arena walls, and he was up. He was over the stands. He was through. And the noise of the crowd hit him like a wave. He landed badly. His shoulder screamed where the tail had hit him, and his legs buckled when he touched down. The egg slipped from his sweaty hand and rolled across the grass. Hermione was the first person to reach him. She came through the gap in the barrier, hair wild, face streaked with tears she hadn't bothered to wipe, and threw her arms around him so hard they both nearly fell over. "You idiot," she said into his neck. "You absolute idiot. Your shoe was on fire. Only a little bit on fire." Ron was right behind her. He grabbed Harry's good shoulder and squeezed, his eyes bright, his grin enormous and slightly manic. That dive at the end. "Bloody hell, Harry. That was the best flying I've ever seen. Thanks." Harry's voice was trembling. He wasn't sure if it was the adrenaline leaving his body, or the pain in his shoulder, or something else. Something bigger. But he was shaking from head to foot, and he couldn't stop. Madame Pomfrey arrived and started fussing over his shoulder, prodding it with her wand while Harry gritted his teeth. Bruised bone. Torn muscle. "You're lucky the tail didn't snap it clean off." She applied a salve that burned cold and wrapped his arm in a sling. "Keep this on for 48 hours, Mr. Potter. I mean it." "Hey, Will," Hermione said. in a tone that suggested she was willing to physically restrain him if necessary. The scores came in. Harry was tied for first with Crumb. The crowd roared. Bagman was practically levitating with excitement. None of it felt real. Harry was still in the arena in his head, still dodging fire, still hearing the chain scrape against rock as the horntail lunged. "You knew," Cedric said. Harry turned. Cedric had walked over, his burned cheek shining with Pomfrey's healing paste. He wasn't angry. He was studying Harry with those gray eyes, trying to work something out. "You knew about the dragons before today. The way you moved, the charm, calling the broom, that wasn't improvised. You had a plan." Harry started. "I'm not accusing you. Bagman told me too the night before. About the dragons. I just wondered if someone tipped you off as well." "Something like that," Harry said. Cedric nodded slowly. "Fair enough. Good flying." "Potter," he held out his hand. Harry shook it. Cedric's grip was firm and his palm was rough with calluses, and he looked at Harry like an equal, not a kid, and something about that was worse than the dragon, because Cedric was good. Genuinely good. And in the graveyard simulation, there had been a body in Hogwarts robes lying face down in the dirt. Harry let go of Cedric's hand and turned away before his face showed anything. The golden egg sat in the grass between them, glinting in the afternoon light. The symptoms started that night. Harry was lying in bed, staring at the canopy above his 4 poster when the first one hit. A flash, quick as a blink of something he'd never seen before. Not the dragon, not the graveyard, something else. A dark corridor, stone walls, torches that gave off light but no warmth, and a door at the end, black, featureless. He felt a pull toward it, like gravity tilting sideways, like the door wanted him, and then it was gone and he was staring at the canopy again with his heart racing and sweat on his upper lip. He sat up. His hands were shaking. Not a lot, but enough to notice when he tried to hold them still. The second flash came 10 minutes later. This time it was the graveyard again, but from a different angle. He saw the cauldron from above, looking down into it, and there was something in the water that was moving. Something small and raw and terrible, and then it was gone. "Harry," Ron's voice from the next bed, groggy and worried. "You all right?" "Fine." "You're sitting up." "Yeah." "Bad dream where I sat up. That doesn't make sense." "Go back to sleep, Ron." Ron was quiet for a moment. "The augur stuff. The flashbacks." Harry didn't answer. That was answer enough. He heard Ron shift in his bed, heard the rustle of blankets being pushed back. "Scoot over," Ron said. "What?" "I'm not sleeping 3 feet away while you're having flashbacks of the future. Scoot over. I'll sit with you." Ron crossed the gap between their beds and sat on the edge of Harry's mattress with his back against the headboard. He didn't say anything else. He just sat there, solid and warm and present, and after a while Harry's hands stopped shaking. They sat like that until the sky started to lighten. Neither of them slept, but they didn't need to talk about it. Some things didn't need words. The flashbacks came twice more, quick and sharp, the dark corridor and the door, the graveyard from another angle, but with Ron sitting next to him they were easier to ride out. By morning, Harry's shoulder was stiff and bruised, his head ached, and his fate debt was sitting at 1.5 points and climbing. He went down to the common room early, before anyone else was up. He needed to move, to walk, to do something with the restless energy that the sleepless night had wound tight inside his chest. The augur was uncovered. Harry stopped at the bottom of the stairs. The blanket that they kept draped over the console was folded neatly on the armchair next to it. The display was active, not dim, not on standby. Active, full brightness, text scrolling across the surface. Nobody was in the room. The fire had burned out hours ago. The windows showed gray dawn light and rain streaking across the glass. Harry was alone, and the augur was awake, and he hadn't touched it. He walked toward it slowly. His shoulder throbbed with each step. The text on the display sharpened as he got closer. IVIABL gaviardiartidil hesasifitio and PIUABL parity seslia produtil otar tam ridial elis laudu martis imatidoutsam. Verio biasro and parapareo and edishosra 62 fatidp pritus. Harry's blood went cold. It had loaded on its own. He hadn't asked for this. He hadn't agreed to this. The augur had taken it upon itself to cue up a simulation of his fight with Voldemort in a graveyard that he wasn't sure he could survive, and it was sitting there waiting for him to press play. "No," Harry said. The display flickered. I said no. I'm not running that simulation. Not today. Not until I'm ready. The text shifted. The simulation details faded, replaced by 2 lines in the augur's clean, steady font. Eventi style OCCURs. Harry stared at those 4 words until his eyes burned. Event still occurs. It didn't matter if he watched or didn't watch. It didn't matter if he prepared or went in blind. The graveyard was coming. Voldemort was coming. The cauldron and the knife and the pale thing rising from the water, all of it was coming. And the augur was telling him in the calmest possible way that, refusing to look at it wouldn't make it go away. He reached down and pulled the blanket over the console, covered the display, blocked the light. The hum continued underneath, patient and constant. But at least he didn't have to look at it. His hands were shaking again. He sat in the armchair and waited for his friends to wake up. And outside the rain kept falling, and somewhere in the castle someone was watching a screen that Harry couldn't see, and the future moved forward the way it always did, whether he was ready for it or not. The argument started in the room of requirement on a Tuesday evening, 4 days after the first task, and it was the worst fight Harry and Hermione had ever had. Not the loudest, not the longest, the worst, because they were both right, and they both knew it, and being right on opposite sides of a question about whether someone lives or dies is a particular kind of hell. "We have to tell him?" Harry said. He was pacing. The room had provided them with a small, plain spacey stone walls, a table, 2 chairs, a single candle. It looked like an interrogation room, which felt appropriate. We know what happens in the graveyard. We know someone dies. And I'm 90% sure it's Cedric. You're not 90% sure. The augur didn't show his face. He was wearing Hogwarts robes. He was the right height, the right build. And the only other Hogwarts champion in that arena is me, and I was the one tied to the headstone. So unless a spectator wandered in, that's not confirmation. That's inference. It's a damn good inference. Hermione. She was sitting in one of the chairs with her arms folded, her jaw set in that way that meant she'd made a decision and was going to defend it with everything she had. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying that if we warn Cedric, we change the path. And we don't know what the new path looks like. The new path looks like Cedric being alive, maybe. Or maybe warning him means he panics. He drops out. The tournament selects a replacement. Someone else touches the portkey. Someone else ends up in that graveyard. And maybe that person doesn't survive at all, Harry. Maybe without you there to fight back, Voldemort gets exactly what he wants. No resistance. And whoever they send instead just dies and nobody even knows what happened. Harry stopped pacing. He turned to face her. You've been thinking about this. I haven't stopped thinking about it since the first night. Her voice cracked just barely at the edges. Do you think I want to sit here and argue against saving someone's life? I'm telling you what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid that pulling one thread unravels something we can't fix. And I'm afraid of watching someone die when I could have said something. They stared at each other. The candle flickered between them. The room of requirement was silent in a way that felt deliberate, like the castle itself was holding its breath. What if we compromise? Hermione said quietly. We don't tell Cedric about the graveyard. We don't tell him about the augur. But we find a way to make sure he doesn't touch the cup at the same time as you. We create a scenario where only you reach it. That way, the porky takes you alone, and Cedric stays in the maze. And I face whatever's in the graveyard alone. You were always going to face it alone, Harry. The augur showed you tied to a headstone, not Cedric, you. The question isn't whether you go. It's whether you go with someone who dies because they were standing too close. Harry sat down in the other chair. His hands were on the table, and he looked at them, the knuckles, the tendons, the small scars from years of things going wrong. I hate this. I know. I hate that you're right. I know that too. He looked up. We keep him out of the graveyard, whatever it takes. But we're not done talking about this. If the augur shows anything else, anything that gives us a better option, we take it. Agreed. Hermione uncrossed her arms. Some of the tension bled out of her shoulders, not all of it. But enough that she looked like herself again instead of a wall. There's something else I need to tell you. Of course there is. Hermione pulled a rolled parchment from inside her robes. She'd been carrying it for days, Harry realized, kept close. Tucked against her ribs like a secret, she was waiting for the right moment to share. She unrolled it on the table between them. It was a chart. Columns of times, dates, small notes in Hermione's cramped handwriting. Harry leaned forward. I've been tracking the augur's activity log, she said. Every time the display changes. Every time the system runs a background process. Every time the secondary observer pings in. The augur tracks it all in a hidden status feed. I found it 3 days ago by asking the right questions. You asked it? I asked it to show me its system log. It classified that as general system information, not a future simulation, so it cost nothing. And Harry, look at this. She pointed at a column of timestamps. Harry scanned them. Most of the activity happened during the day, small processes, stat updates, background calculations. But the secondary observer pings, highlighted in red ink on Hermione's chart, clustered in a pattern. They're all between midnight and 4 in the morning. Harry said. Every single one. And look at the correlation. She pointed to another column. These are the times I recorded your sleep patterns over the past week. Ron helped. We took shifts. You watched me sleep. We monitored your rest schedule for scientific purposes. Don't make it weird. She tapped the parchment. The observer pings happen when you're asleep. Without exception. When you're awake and near the augur, no pings. When you're in class, away from it, occasional pings. But the heaviest access happens between midnight and 4, when you're in your dormitory and the common room is empty. So whoever it is knows my schedule. Or they're operating on their own schedule, and it just happens to overlap with your sleep. Which suggests they're either nocturnal, or they're using the nighttime, because that's when they can access the system without being seen. Harry thought about that. Someone in the castle, awake in the dead of night, watching the augur's data feed, watching his stats, his quests, his predictions, maybe even watching the simulations he'd run, replaying them, studying them. Moody doesn't sleep much, Harry said. I noticed that too. Hermione's expression was careful. His light is on at all hours. You can see it from the courtyard. But Harry, a lot of people in this castle keep odd hours. Snape patrols at night. Filch is always lurking. Dumbledore's office light is on past midnight more often than not. But Moody's the one watching me during the day. Moody's the one asking about my training, about you, about our methods. He fits. He fits the circumstantial evidence. That's not proof. She rolled the parchment back up and tucked it away. I need more data. Another week at least. If the pattern holds and we can catch a ping in real time, maybe the augur can narrow the location. And if it can't, then we set a trap. But that's a conversation for later. Right now we have a bigger problem. The second task. The second task. She paused, chewing the inside of her cheek. But Harry, one more thing about the observer. I cross-reference the access times with the staff patrol schedules. that the prefects keep in the office. Most of the pings happen during windows when the corridor outside the defense against the dark arts classroom is empty. No patrols. No coverage. Whoever is accessing the system knows the patrol rotation. Staff would know that, Harry said. Staff would know that. Students wouldn't. Not unless they had the Marauder's map, and you've got that locked in your trunk. She looked at him steadily. This is someone with authority, Harry. Someone who knows how the castle operates at night. That narrows our list considerably. Moody, Snape, Dumbledore, Filch. Filch is a squib. He can't interface with a magical artifact, and I don't think Dumbledore would need to sneak around his own school to access something. She ticked off fingers. That leaves Moody and Snape. And there's one other option I keep coming back to. Which is? That it's someone we haven't considered yet. Someone hiding in plain sight. Someone who might not even be who they appear to be. The thought hung between them, heavy and unresolved. Hermione rolled the parchment back up and tucked it against her ribs. I need more data, she said. Another week at least. The golden egg screamed when Harry opened it. He'd known it would, from the fragmentary preview in the simulation. But knowing something makes a terrible noise, and hearing that noise in your actual ears at close range were different experiences entirely. The shriek was so high, pitched it felt like someone driving a needle through his eardrums. He slammed it shut, swore, and nearly dropped it. Underwater. Hermione said from the other side of the room, her hands still over her ears. The clue is meant to be heard underwater. The simulation showed the lake, remember? Merpeople, you need to submerge the egg. They used the prefect's bathroom. Cedric had apparently figured it out too, or someone had tipped him off, because when they arrived at midnight, the tub was still wet from recent use. Harry sank the egg into the water, dunked his head, and listened. The song was eerie and sad, and it told him exactly what the second task was. Something taken, something precious. 1 hour to find it at the bottom of the Black Lake. They'll take someone, Harry said, pulling his head out of the water. His hair dripped onto the tile floor. Someone I care about. And put them under the lake. Hermione was sitting on the edge of the tub with her shoes off, and her feet dangling above the water. She went very still. Someone you'd sorely miss. That's what the song said. They looked at each other, and the bathroom felt very small and very warm, and neither of them said the obvious thing, which was that the person Harry would sorely miss most was probably sitting right in front of him with her shoes off. Gillyweed, Hermione said, recovering first, or a bubble, head charm. Either one gets you breathing underwater for an hour. Gillyweed is more reliable. I'll source it from Neville. He grows it in the greenhouse, and he won't ask too many questions. Hermione, we need to start training your swimming. The lake is deep and cold, and you'll need to navigate in near total darkness. I can cast a point, me charm on your wand to lead you to the target, but you'll have to. Hermione. She stopped. Her hands were in her lap, fingers laced together, gripping tight. What? If they take you, Harry said. If you're the one at the bottom of the lake, I'll get you out. I want you to know that. I know that. I mean it. Not because of the task, or the points, or the tournament. Because it's you. Her breath caught, just for a second. A tiny hitch that she covered by clearing her throat and looking down at the water. Well, she said, and her voice was almost steady. You'd better practice your swimming then. Harry trained for the second task without the auger. Deliberately. Stubbornly, refusing to pull the blanket off the console, even when the curiosity gnawed at him. He swam in the lake in the early mornings, before anyone was up, using warming charms that Hermione taught him and gillyweed samples that Neville provided with a worried expression and no questions, just as predicted. The auger tried to help anyway. 3 times in 1 week, it pushed notifications into Harry's field of vision, unbidden. Floating text that appeared in faded test two optimal rui so touchkust from central doke de ph 40 meteras to 15 degrees. Harry ignored them. Each notification cost nothing. According to the augur's rules, informational pings were free. But he didn't trust the line between free advice and paid simulation anymore. The boundaries seemed to shift depending on what the augur wanted him to see. It's getting pushier, he told Hermione one evening, walking back from the lake with his hair still wet and his skin tingling from the cold. Pushier how? The notifications are more detailed, more frequent. Like it's frustrated that I'm not using it. Systems don't get frustrated. This one does. I can feel it, Hermione. The hum changed. When I ignore it, the hum gets tighter, like someone holding their breath. She didn't dismiss him. That was the thing about Hermione that mattered most. She listened to the things that sounded insane, and she didn't dismiss them. She just filed them away and kept working. The second task came and went. Harry dove into the black lake with a mouthful of gillyweed and gills splitting open on his neck and webbing spreading between his fingers, and the cold hit him like a wall. The water was black below the first 10 feet. No sunlight, no visibility. Just the faint glow of his wand and the shapes of things moving in the deep that he didn't want to look at too closely. He found the village at the bottom. Merpeople watched him from doorways, their faces alien, their tridents catching the light from his wand. They didn't attack, but they didn't welcome him either. They pointed toward the square, and he swam. 4 figures hung in the water, suspended by weeds tied around their ankles. Ron, a small girl who looked like Fleur, silver-haired, maybe 8, Cho Chang, and Hermione. Hermione floated with her eyes closed, her hair spread around her in the water like a dark cloud, her skin pale, her lips slightly blue. She looked dead. Harry knew she wasn't. He knew this was enchanted sleep, that she was fine, that the teachers would never actually endanger students. He knew all of this, and his hands still shook so badly he nearly dropped his wand, cutting her free. He grabbed her around the waist and kicked for the surface. The gillyweed was wearing off. He could feel the gills closing, the webbing receding, his lungs starting to burn. Hermione was dead weight in his arms. He kicked harder, fighting the cold, fighting the dark, fighting the growing pressure in his chest that said he wasn't going to make it. He broke the surface gasping, hauling Hermione up, and she sputtered awake immediately, coughing water, grabbing at his shoulders. Her eyes were wild and confused for a second, and then they focused on his face and she stopped struggling. Harry, I've got you. You're okay? The lake. I was in the lake. I know. It's over. I've got you. She held on to him as he swam to the dock, her fingers digging into his robes hard enough to leave bruises. And when they reached the platform, Ron was there with a towel. He wrapped it around Hermione first, then Harry, and his hands were steady but his face was white. "Don't ever do that to me again," Ron said. "Either of you." "I mean it." "Seconded," Hermione said through chattering teeth. She was shivering violently, water streaming from her hair. But she was alive and furious and beautiful, in the way that only Hermione could be while dripping wet and freezing cold on a dock in February. Harry wanted to say something about that, about the way his heart had dropped when he saw her floating in the dark water, about the way his hands shook when he cut the weeds, about the fact that the person he'd sorely miss most wasn't a question anymore. It had never been a question. He didn't say any of it. He stood on the dock and dripped and smiled and kept his mouth shut. The third task was announced the same week, a maze, enchanted hedges, magical creatures, obstacles. The Triwizard Cup in the center. First champion to touch it wins. Harry knew what the cup really was. He'd seen it in the simulation, a porky, disguised as a trophy. It would take whoever touched it straight to the graveyard, straight to the cauldron, straight to the pale thing, waiting to be reborn. He had until June to figure out how to keep Cedric away from it. and the augur sat under its blanket in the common room, humming, waiting, patient as death. The nightmares got bad in April. Not the flashbacks. Those were quick, manageable. The mental equivalent of someone flicking a light switch on and off. The nightmares were different. They were long and detailed, and they stayed with him after he woke, clinging to the inside of his skull like cobwebs. The graveyard. Always the graveyard. But each night the details changed. Sometimes he saw the ritual from start to finish, the knife, the blood, the cauldron. The pale figure rising, gaining shape, gaining solidity. Sometimes he saw it from Cedric's perspective, looking through dead eyes at a sick sky. Sometimes he saw things that hadn't been in any simulation at all, a snake, enormous, coiling through the graves. A voice speaking a language he understood but shouldn't. His mother's scream, raw and broken, echoing off headstones. He stopped sleeping properly. 2 hours, maybe 3, before the dreams woke him. He started sitting in the common room after midnight, wrapped in a blanket, staring at the fire, trying to stay awake long enough that when he finally crashed, the exhaustion would be deep enough to skip the dreams entirely. It didn't work. It never worked. Hermione found him at 2 in the morning on a Thursday. She came down the girls' staircase in pajamas and a jumper, her hair tied back, carrying a mug of something warm. She didn't ask if he was okay. She could see the answer. She sat next to him on the sofa, close. Their arms touched. She handed him the mug, hot chocolate. Not from the kitchens. She'd made it herself with a heating charm, and some powder she kept in her room. It was a little too sweet and slightly burnt on the bottom, and it was perfect. "How long has it been this bad?" she asked. "Couple of weeks. Harry, okay, a month. Since the augur loaded the graveyard simulation without me asking. You should have told me. You'd have worried. I'm worried now. The difference is that now I've also spent a month not knowing, which means a month of not being able to help. Don't protect me from information. Harry, I'm rubbish at many things, but I'm good at this. Let me be good at this." He didn't have the energy to argue. He leaned his head back against the sofa and closed his eyes and felt Hermione shift beside him, adjusting so his head could rest against her shoulder. Her jumper was soft, and she smelled like parchment and chocolate and something floral, whatever soap the girls used. And the combination was so warm and so safe, and so completely the opposite of the graveyard, that Harry felt his throat close up. "I keep seeing him die," Harry whispered. "Cedric. Every night. And I know we have a plan. I know we're going to try to keep him out of the maze. But the augur said the probability was 94%, and we've barely changed anything, and I can feel the graveyard getting closer, Hermione. Like it's pulling me." She didn't say it would be okay. She didn't promise things she couldn't guarantee. She put her hand on top of his, laced their fingers together, and held on. "Then we pull back harder," she said. They sat like that for a long time. Harry's eyes were closed and Hermione's hand was warm in his, and the fire was dying, and the castle was quiet, and for a few minutes the world was small and safe and contained. That was how Ron found them. The creak of the boys' staircase, footsteps, a sharp intake of breath. Harry's eyes snapped open. Ron was standing at the bottom of the stairs in his pajamas, his red hair sticking up, his face lit by the dying embers. He was looking at Harry's head on Hermione's shoulder. At their hands, fingers intertwined on the sofa between them. At the closeness, the intimacy of it, the two of them wrapped in blankets in the dark while he'd been asleep upstairs. "Ron," Hermione started, pulling her hand away. "Don't." Ron's voice was flat, not angry, worse than angry. "Hurt. Don't explain, I've got eyes." "It's not what you think," Harry said, sitting up. "No. Because what I think is that my two best friends have been having cozy little midnight sessions without me. And I'm the idiot who's been sleeping through them. Harry has nightmares, Ron. I came down because I heard him from the staircase. We were just talking. With your hands like that. Just talking. Yes, with our hands like that. Because he's scared and he needed someone. And I was here. Hermione's voice had an edge now, defensive and guilty and angry at being made to feel guilty when she hadn't done anything wrong. "You're always here," Ron said. And the way he said it was so quiet and so loaded that it hit harder than shouting would have. "You're always here for him. The augur stuff, the training, the simulations. It's always you and Harry working things out, and I'm the bloke who holds the stopwatch and fixes the chairs." "That's not true," Harry said. "It is true. And I've been fine with it because I thought it was about the mission. About keeping you alive and figuring out the future. But this?" He gestured at the sofa, the blankets, the closeness. "This isn't the mission. This is something else. And you didn't tell me." "There's nothing to tell," Hermione said, and her voice cracked. Ron looked at her for a long moment. Then he looked at Harry. Something moved behind his eyes, something raw and complicated and too big for a conversation at 2 in the morning. He shook his head. "I'm going back to bed," he said. "Ron, wait. No, I'm tired and I'll say something I don't mean, and then tomorrow will be worse. I'm going to bed." He turned and walked back up the stairs. His footsteps were heavy and deliberate, each one a statement. The dormitory door opened and closed. Silence. Hermione let out a breath that sounded like it had been trapped inside her for minutes. She pressed her hands against her face. "That was bad." "Yeah, he thinks, Harry. He thinks there's something between us." Harry didn't say anything. Because the honest answer was complicated, and the dishonest answer would make things worse, and the space between them on the sofa felt like it was shrinking and expanding at the same time. "We'll fix it tomorrow," he said. "Will we? We have to. We can't do this without him." "I know." She pulled her hands away from her face. Her eyes were red. "I know. But tomorrow feels very far away right now." She got up, gathered her mug, and walked to the staircase. At the bottom step she turned back. "For the record," she said, "I'm not sorry I came down. You needed someone. I was here. I'd do it again." She went upstairs. Harry sat alone on the sofa and listened to the silence and tried not to think about the look on Ron's face and failed completely. June arrived like a verdict. Ron wasn't gone. He was present at meals, in classes, in the common room. But the warmth between the three of them had cooled, gone stiff and careful, conversations full of pauses where there used to be easy flow. He spoke to Harry about practical things, Quidditch, homework, Hagrid's latest creature. He was polite to Hermione. Polite. That was the worst word for what had happened. Ron Weasley being polite to Hermione Granger meant something had broken. Harry tried to fix it twice. The first time in the dormitory, Ron cut him off with, "It's fine, Harry," in a voice that meant it was the opposite of fine. The second time, at breakfast, Ron said, "I'm not angry, I'm thinking," and went back to his toast, and that was that. The maze was set for June 24th. Harry had a plan. Not a good plan, not a clean plan, but a plan. He and Hermione had mapped it out without the augur, using logic and timing and Hermione's relentless capacity for strategy. Step 1, enter the maze. Step 2, reach the cup first. Step 3, touch it alone. If Cedric wasn't there when the portkey activated, Cedric didn't go to the graveyard. Simple, brutal. It meant Harry would face whatever waited for him without backup, but that was the point. His risk, his choice. Except it didn't work. The maze was worse than anything the simulation had shown. The hedges moved, the path shifted. Things lived inside the walls. Things that breathed and rustled and reached. Harry fought a boggart that turned into Hermione's dead body, and he barely held it together. He stunned a blast, ended Scroot, and got burned across his left forearm. He navigated by instinct and luck and the faint pull of the cup somewhere ahead. He reached the clearing at the same time as Cedric. They came from opposite paths, both battered, both panting, and the Trewizard cup sat on a pedestal between them, glowing blue, white in the darkness. Cedric had a cut above his eye, and his robes were torn at the sleeve. Harry's arm was burned, and his ankle was twisted from a root that had grabbed him on the last turn. "Together," Cedric said. He was out of breath. His face flushed, grinning with the wild, punch-drunk energy of someone who'd survived something impossible. "Hogwarts wins either way. We grab it together." "No." The word was in Harry's throat. "No, don't touch it. No, let me go alone. No! You don't understand what that cup is. And if you grab it, you die in a graveyard. And I watched it happen in a simulation 6 months ago. And I have been carrying that weight every single day since." Harry said, "Come on, Potter." "On 3, Cedric, stop." "Listen to me? Don't touch the cup." Cedric's grin faded. "The cup is a trap. It's a portkey. If you touch it, you'll be taken somewhere outside Hogwarts. Somewhere dangerous. I know this sounds insane, but I need you to trust me and let me take it alone." "How do you know that?" "I can't explain how. Not here. Not now. Just, please." Cedric looked at him, studied him. The cut above his eye was bleeding into his eyebrow, and he wiped it absently. Behind them, the maze rustled. Something was coming. They didn't have time. "You're serious?" Cedric said. "Dead serious. Harry, if that cup is a portkey, you can't go alone. If something's waiting on the other side, you'll need backup. You'll die if you come with me." The words left Harry's mouth before he could stop them. Raw, ugly, desperate. Cedric stared at him, and for a second the world stopped. "How do you know that?" Cedric whispered. Something crashed in the hedge behind them. A spider, enormous black, burst through the wall of green and charged. Cedric spun. Harry raised his wand. The spider hit Cedric from the side, knocked him 10 feet, and Harry shouted, "Stupefy!" with everything he had, and the spider dropped. Cedric was on the ground, unconscious. The spider's legs had caught him across the temple, and he was out cold, breathing but limp. Harry stood over him. The cup was 3 feet away. Cedric was safe, unconscious, battered, but safe and alive and in the maze and not in the graveyard. He grabbed the cup. The world hooked behind his navel and pulled. The graveyard was exactly like the simulation, and nothing like the simulation at the same time. The gravestones were real. The smell was real, wet earth and old stone and something rotten underneath. The sky was real, gray, green, bruised, pressing down. Harry landed hard on his side, the cup rolling away from him, and the impact knocked the breath out of his lungs. He had seconds. He knew that from the preview. Seconds before the short man came, seconds before the ropes, seconds before the knife. He scrambled to his feet. Wand up, heart hammering so loud he could feel it in his teeth. Wormtail came from behind a headstone, carrying something wrapped in robes. Something small and pale and wrong. The thing in the bundle moved, and Harry's scar split open with pain. He didn't freeze. That was the one thing the simulation had given him that mattered more than strategy or timing. It had given him the knowledge that this moment would come, and knowing meant he'd already processed the shock. The terror was still there, raw and electric, but underneath it was a cold clarity that the Harry of 6 months ago wouldn't have had. "Kill the spare," said the thing in the bundle. There was no spare. Cedric was in the maze. That part had worked. Wormtail hesitated, his wand raised, looking around the graveyard for the second champion who wasn't there. That hesitation gave Harry 3 seconds. He used them. "Expelliarmus!" Harry shouted, and Wormtail's wand flew from his hand. Harry caught it, 2 wands now. He pointed both at Wormtail and the creature in the bundle, and backed up until his spine hit a headstone. "Tee me up, then," Harry said. His voice was shaking, but his wand hand was steady. "You need my blood for the ritual. I know that. But I'm not making it easy." Wormtail's rat face twitched. The creature in the bundle hissed, a sound that was half speech and half something worse, and Harry understood the Parseltongue without trying. "Take him. Do not fail me." The fight was short and ugly. Wormtail was a weak duelist. But the creature directed him with whispered commands. And Harry was one teenager against an adult wizard who was desperate and terrified of his master. Harry landed a stinging hex across Wormtail's face and a cutting curse that opened his shoulder. But Wormtail caught him with a body, bind from the side, a lucky shot, and Harry hit the ground stiff as a board. He couldn't move. He could see. He could feel. He watched Wormtail drag him to the headstone, bind him, cut his arm with a silver knife. Blood ran warm and thin down his forearm and into the cauldron, and the water inside began to boil. But Harry had changed things. Small things. The things Hermione had told him to change if he ever got the chance. Before the body bind hit, he'd marked Wormtail. The cutting curse across the shoulder wasn't random. It was a tracking curse, layered underneath the cut, a piece of modified magic Hermione had found in a book about aura field techniques. Wherever Wormtail went after this, the trace would follow. They would be able to find him. And Harry's eyes were open, fixed on the cauldron, watching every detail of the ritual, memorizing it. Because if he survived this, he was bringing proof back with him. Not stories, not claims. Proof. The thing climbed out of the cauldron. It was tall, taller than a man, white skin stretched over bones that seemed too sharp, too angular. Red eyes, slit pupils. A face that was almost human, but had crossed some boundary into something else. Lord Voldemort stood in the graveyard, reborn, and the air around him rippled with magic so thick it felt like standing in front of an open oven. But something was wrong. Harry could see it. The way Voldemort's left hand trembled, the way his skin flickered, translucent in patches, showing dark veins underneath, the way he took his first step and stumbled, just slightly, before catching himself. The ritual had worked. He was back. But he wasn't whole. Cedric's absence had changed the equation. The spare was supposed to die as part of the ritual, Harry realized. A death to fuel the magic. Without that death, the resurrection was incomplete. Voldemort was terrifying. Voldemort was powerful. But he was also unstable, flickering at the edges like a candle in a draught. "My wand," Voldemort said. His voice was wrong too. Thin. Reedy. Like it was coming from further away than his mouth. Wormtail scrambled to present it, the yew wand, 13 inches, phoenix feather core. Voldemort took it and his fingers shook. He pointed it at Harry. "Harry Potter, we meet again." "Your hand is shaking," Harry said. The body, bind had worn off. He was still tied to the headstone, but his mouth worked, and something reckless and furious had taken hold of him. The ritual didn't work properly, did it? "You're falling apart." Voldemort looked at his own hand. The tremor was visible even from 10 feet away. A fine vibration that ran from his fingertips to his wrist. He closed his fist and the effort showed on his face. Crucio. The pain was beyond description, beyond comparison. It was every nerve in his body firing at once, every joint dislocating, every bone splintering. Harry screamed. He screamed until his voice broke, and then he screamed silently, his mouth open, his back arching against the ropes. The stone of the headstone cracked against his spine. Somewhere behind him, Wormtail was whimpering. When it stopped, he was panting, sweat and tears mixing on his face, his wrists bleeding where the ropes had cut in. Voldemort was breathing hard, too. The curse had cost him. Harry could see it. The translucent patches on his skin had spread, and his wand arm was trembling worse than before. "You're weaker than you should be," Harry gasped. Something went wrong with the ritual. "You know it. I can see it."
Silence!
"Make me." Voldemort stepped closer. His bare feet left wet prints on the grass. His red eyes burned. But behind the fury there was something else. Uncertainty. He could feel what Harry could see. The gaps in himself, the missing pieces. "You arranged this," Voldemort said. His voice was barely a whisper. "The other boy, he was supposed to be here. He was supposed to die. And you made sure he didn't come. Figured that out, have you? You know things you should not know, Potter. You came here prepared. You fought Wormtail like you expected him. You looked at me like you'd seen me before." Voldemort tilted his head. How? Harry said nothing. His heart was slamming against his ribs, and his wrists were slippery with blood. Voldemort raised his wand again, and Harry did the thing he'd been saving. The thing Hermione didn't know about, because he'd made the decision alone, in his head, on one of those sleepless nights in the common room. He'd kept Wormtail's wand. It was in his back pocket, pressed against the headstone. During the Cruciatus, while his body was thrashing, his bound hands had closed around it. He snapped the ropes with a cutting charm cast behind his back. The binding fell away. Harry dove sideways, rolled behind a gravestone, and came up with Wormtail's wand in his hand. The next 30 seconds were the most dangerous of his life. Voldemort fired killing curses. Green light exploded against gravestones, shattering stone, splitting marble. Harry didn't try to fight, he ran, ducking, weaving, using the graves as cover, headed for the one thing that could get him out. The cup. The porky. Still lying in the grass where he'd landed. A killing curse passed so close to his head that the breeze of it moved his hair. Another blew apart a stone angel 3 feet to his left, showering him with fragments. A shard of marble cut his cheek. Blood ran hot down his jaw. He saw the cup. 5 feet away, he dove. His fingers closed around the handle, and the world hooked again, and the graveyard disappeared, and he hit the grass of the Hogwarts grounds with a force that drove the air from his lungs and the wand from his hand, and everything went bright and loud and wrong. The crowd was screaming. The band was playing. People were cheering because they thought the champion had returned victorious, and nobody could see the blood on Harry's arms, or the burns on his face, or the way his whole body was shaking so hard his teeth were chattering. Hermione reached him first. She always reached him first. She dropped to her knees beside him and grabbed his face with both hands and said, "Harry, Harry, look at me, stay with me." And her voice was the only real thing in a world that had gone sideways. "He's back," Harry said. His voice was raw from screaming. "Voldemort, he's back. But he's weak. The ritual went wrong. Cedric wasn't there, so the ritual went wrong. I know. I know. You did it. You changed it. Harry, you changed it." He tried to sit up and the world tilted and his vision went gray at the edges. Fate debt. It hit him all at once, like a wave breaking, like a bill coming due. His hands shook violently. His head filled with static. For a second he saw the graveyard again, overlapping with the Hogwarts grounds like a double exposure, 2 realities stacked on top of each other. And then it passed, and he was lying on the grass, with Hermione's hands on his face, and Ron was there too. Ron was kneeling on his other side, and Ron's face was white and terrified, and he was gripping Harry's shoulder so hard it hurt. "Don't you ever," Ron said. His voice was wrecked. "Don't you ever do that alone again, do you hear me? Never again." Harry grabbed Ron's arm. "I'm sorry. About everything, all of it. Shut up. Just shut up and don't die." Ron's grip tightened on Harry's shoulder, hard enough to hurt, and he didn't let go. "I was watching from the stands. The porky took you and you were gone and nobody knew where, and Hermione started screaming and I didn't. He stopped, swallowed hard. His eyes were wet and he didn't bother to hide it. "I've been a prat," Ron said. "About the midnight thing. About Hermione. I was jealous and scared, and I took it out on both of you, and then you went into a bloody graveyard alone, because I was too busy sulking to be where I should have been. Ron, you couldn't have come into the maze. Only champions. I should have been closer. I should have been paying attention instead of freezing you out. If you died in that graveyard and the last proper conversation we had was me being a jealous git in the common room at 2 in the morning. I didn't die. This time." They looked at each other, Harry on the ground, bleeding, shaking. Ron kneeling over him, crying, furious. The crowd was still cheering. The band was still playing. The world was carrying on like nothing had changed, and everything had changed, and the two of them knew it. "We're okay," Harry asked. "We're always okay," Ron said. "We're just sometimes okay in really stupid ways." Hermione laughed. It was wet and choked, and it came out more like a sob, but she laughed. And she put her arms around both of them right there, on the grass, in front of 600 people who didn't understand what they were seeing. And for a moment the three of them held on to each other like the world depended on it. Because maybe it did. They brought him to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey healed the cuts, treated the burns, wrapped his wrists where the ropes had torn the skin. Dumbledore came and Harry told him everything. Almost everything. He told him about the graveyard, the ritual, Voldemort's return, Wormtail's involvement, the instability. He did not mention the augur. That was the one secret he kept, locked behind his teeth like a coin he couldn't spend. Dumbledore listened with grave eyes and asked quiet questions, and when Harry finished, the headmaster sat very still for a long time. "You went alone," he said. "You ensured Cedric did not touch the cup." "Yes. How did you know it was a porky, Harry?" Harry met his eyes. Blue, sharp, ancient. "I had a feeling." Dumbledore held his gaze for 3 seconds, maybe 4. Then he nodded, and Harry knew that Dumbledore didn't believe him and was choosing not to push. "Not yet. Cedric Diggory is alive because of you," Dumbledore said. "Whatever feeling guided you, it was a good one. Cedric was alive. Confused, sporting a nasty bruise from the spider, but alive. He came to the hospital wing the next morning with his arm in a sling and sat on the edge of Harry's bed and didn't say anything for a while. "You knew," Cedric said finally. "Yeah. You tried to warn me. In the maze, you said I would die. I said you might die. I was wrong about the details. You weren't wrong. You were specific. And then you knocked yourself into a portkey alone and fought someone on the other side without backup." Cedric's gray eyes were steady. "I owe you my life. You don't owe me anything. That's not how debts work, Potter." Cedric stood, squeezed Harry's shoulder once, and left. At the door he paused. "If you ever need someone at your back, you come find me. That's not a favor. That's a standing offer." He left. The door closed. Harry stared at the ceiling and felt something he hadn't felt in months: hope. Thin, fragile, barely there. But real. It lasted about 4 hours. That night? Long after Pomfrey had turned the lights out, and Ron had fallen asleep in the visitor's chair, and Hermione had been sent back to the dormitory under protest. Harry lay awake. His body ached. His wrists throbbed. His scar was quiet for the first time in days, and the silence where the pain usually lived felt strange and empty. The augur pinged. Not through the console, which was in the common room under its blanket behind Hermione's ward. Through Harry's own vision. Floating text, red this time instead of white. Emadalk of Kantialalu Adiala Roke Dumlaudores D8 Silas if he Ivampilela Belvlbs Event Cantide Be Semenlatit. TS event cannot be peer evented. Harry stared at the words until they faded. His chest was tight. His eyes burned. The hope from 4 hours ago was gone, snuffed out like a candle flame between 2 fingers, and in its place was something colder and heavier and much, much worse. Ron snored softly in the chair. Outside the window, the moon hung low and fat over the lake, and the grounds were silver and quiet. And somewhere far away, in a graveyard that now held less power than it had yesterday, a weakened Dark Lord was planning his next move. And the augur, patient and tireless and utterly without mercy, had just told Harry that Dumbledore was going to die, and there was nothing he could do about it. The Ministry called Harry a liar for the entire summer. He'd expected pushback. He'd expected doubt. What he hadn't expected was the Daily Prophet printing his face next to headlines that used words like disturbed, and attention-seeking, and dangerous delusions. Fudge went on Wizarding Radio and said that claims of he, who must not be, Named's return were baseless fear-mongering, and that Harry Potter was either mentally unstable or being manipulated by Dumbledore for political gain. Harry read the articles at the kitchen table in grim old place with his jaw clenched, so tight his teeth ached. Sirius sat across from him, turning the pages of his own copy with a calm that Harry knew was deliberate and practiced. "They're scared," Sirius said. "Scared people lie. It's easier than admitting the monster is back. They're not just lying, they're building a case. Every article makes me sound more unstable by September. Nobody at school will believe a word I say. The people who matter will believe you. The people who matter aren't enough if nobody else fights." Sirius looked at him over the top of the paper. His eyes were dark and tired, the hollows under them deeper than they'd been last year. Azkaban had taken things from Sirius that weren't coming back, and hiding in his dead mother's house wasn't helping. "Then make them enough?" Sirius said. "Find the ones who believe you and make them enough." The augur had been quiet all summer. Harry had carried it to Grimold Place, wrapped in an old shirt at the bottom of his trunk, and it had sat under his bed for 2 months without pinging, without speaking, without loading a single notification into his vision. He'd almost convinced himself it was dormant, sleeping, waiting for something. It woke up on September 1st. Harry was on the Hogwarts Express, wedged into a compartment with Ron, Hermione, Neville, Ginny, and Luna Lovegood, who was reading a magazine upside down and humming something tuneless. The train was an hour out of London when the text appeared in Harry's vision, floating in the air just past Ginny's left shoulder. "BLDAGUILDOB JKTE VIRI time I date ESI Farsia from your state damage Ibanagamart Mimum VB before RC. Agajai FRE and YLB before BR TGREN's." Harry blinked. The text faded. Ron was telling a story about Fred lighting a garden gnome on fire, and nobody had noticed Harry's expression change. "A friend will break." The augur had said that in year 4 too, the second warning. A friend will break before the year ends. Was this the same warning, carried over? Or a new one about a different friend, a different fracture? "You all right, Harry?" Neville asked. "You look like you've seen a ghost." "At Hogwarts." "Never," Harry said, and Neville laughed, and the moment passed. Dolores Umbridge was waiting for them at the staff table. Small, pink, smiling in a way that didn't reach her eyes or even try to. She made a speech during the welcoming feast that sounded like a lullaby written by a bureaucrat, all soothing words about progress and discipline and ministry-approved educational standards. Hermione's face went tight halfway through. "She's not here to teach," Hermione whispered to Harry. "She's here to control." "I got that." "No, Harry, listen. She's here to control Dumbledore. The Ministry doesn't believe Voldemort is back, and they think Dumbledore is using you to start a panic. Umbridge is their tool. She'll undermine him, discredit you further, and make sure nobody in this school learns how to actually defend themselves. So we won't learn defense this year. Not from her." Harry looked at the staff table. Umbridge was sipping from a teacup, her little finger extended. Dumbledore sat 2 seats down, his expression neutral. McGonagall's lips were so thin they'd nearly disappeared. Snape was staring at his plate with the focused intensity of a man who was choosing not to throw something. "Then we teach ourselves," Harry said. Hermione smiled. It was small and sharp and dangerous. "I was hoping you'd say that." They started recruiting in the second week of term. Hermione had the logistics handled before Harry had even finished agreeing to the idea. A sign-up sheet enchanted to detect betrayal. A meeting place. The room of requirement, which she'd found by cross, referencing 3 separate Hogwarts histories. A name, Dumbledore's Army. Ron had suggested Potter's Fighters, and been vetoed unanimously. The first meeting had 25 people. Harry stood at the front of the room of requirement, which had obligingly provided a large training space with cushions on the floor and mirrors along one wall, and looked at the faces looking back at him. Neville, Ginny, Luna, Dean Seamus, who'd spent the first 2 weeks of term not talking to Harry and had apparently changed his mind after Umbridge gave a detention that left words carved into his hand. The Weasley twins, sitting in the back, grinning. Cho Chang, who kept glancing at Harry and then looking away. Cedric's friend Ernie Macmillan. Hannah Abbott, the Paddle twins. Terry Boot, Michael Corner, a Ravenclaw named Anthony Goldstein who Harry had never spoken to before, and others. 25 faces, all of them scared, all of them angry, all of them here because they believed Harry when the rest of the world didn't. "Right," Harry said. His throat was dry. He'd never been a teacher. He'd never wanted to be a leader. He'd wanted to be a kid who played Quidditch and complained about homework and maybe, if he was lucky, survived to graduation. But the augur had said build a guild, and Hermione had said teach them, and here he was. "I'm not going to lie to you. Voldemort is back." Several people flinched. Seamus went pale. Luna looked up from the ceiling she'd been studying and tilted her head. "I saw him," Harry continued, "in June. He's not a rumor and he's not a scare story. He's real, he's back, and he's not at full strength yet, but he will be. When that happens, the Ministry won't protect you. Umbridge won't protect you. The only people who are going to protect you are you. So that's what we're going to do here. Learn to fight. Learn to protect yourselves and each other." Silence. Then Neville raised his hand. "Yeah. When do we start?" Harry looked at him. Neville Longbottom, who tripped over things and forgot passwords and had been terrified of Snape since first year, was sitting up straight with his jaw set and his eyes clear. "Now," Harry said. "We start now." The DA sessions became the best part of Harry's week. Not because they were easy, they weren't. Teaching 25 people to cast a Patronus was like herding cats through a windstorm. But the conversations that happened around the training, during water breaks, before and after sessions, were the thing that made it real. Neville couldn't produce a Patronus for 3 weeks. He tried and tried and tried, and each time the silver mist faded before it took shape. After the 4th session, he stayed behind. Everyone else had filed out. Harry was stacking cushions. Neville stood in the middle of the room with his wand at his side, staring at the floor. "I'm not good enough for this," Neville said. "That's not true." "It is, Harry. Everyone else managed it in 2 sessions, 3 at most. I've been trying for a month, and I can barely get a wisp." Harry set down the cushions. "What memory are you using?" "The day I got my Hogwarts letter." Gran was so proud. She actually smiled. "That's a good memory, but it's about someone else being proud of you. The Patronus needs something that's yours, not someone else's approval, your joy, your moment." Neville was quiet for a while. "I don't have a lot of those. You've got more than you think. What about the first time you stood up to someone? Malfoy, first year. You tried to stop us from leaving the common room, and Hermione petrified me.
Yeah, but you tried.
Dumbledore gave you 10 points for it. We won the House Cup because you stood in front of 3 people who were bigger than you and said no." Neville looked at him. Something shifted behind his eyes. He raised his wand. Expecto Patronum. The silver light burst from his wand, bright and solid and real, and it took shape, not a wisp, a form. A lion, stocky and fierce, glowing white in the empty room. It padded across the floor, turned, looked at Neville with silver eyes, and then dissolved into light. Neville's hand was shaking, his eyes were wet. "A lion," he whispered. "A lion," Harry said. "Gryffindor through and through. Don't tell anyone I cried. Deal." Ginny was a different kind of surprise. She was good. Not just good sharp. Her bat bogey hex was vicious. Her shield charm was solid at 14. She moved through the dueling exercises with an instinct that reminded Harry of himself on a broom. Something natural and untaught. "Where did you learn to fight like that?" Harry asked her after she'd flattened Dean in a practice duel for the 3rd time. 6 older brothers, Ginny said, twirling her wand. "You learn to fight or you learn to hide. I picked fighting. Remind me never to make you angry." smart man. But underneath the progress, underneath the camaraderie, and the slowly building confidence of 25 students who were learning to defend themselves, the augur's warning sat in Harry's chest like a stone. A friend will break. He watched every face in the DA for signs. Seamus, who still flinched sometimes when Harry said Voldemort's name. Cho, who cried after producing a Patronus that looked like Cedric's. Zacharias Smith, who questioned everything Harry said and never looked convinced. Which friend? When? How? The augur wasn't saying. Umbridge tried to shut the DA down in October. Not directly because she didn't know about it yet. But she passed Educational Decree number 24, banning all student organizations, and the decree was so broadly written that it covered everything from study groups to gobstones clubs. The castle went tense. Students whispered in corridors and shut up when teachers passed. Seamus confronted Harry after the decree. They were alone in the dormitory. Ron was at dinner. Dean was in the common room. Seamus closed the door and stood between Harry and the exit with his arms crossed, and Harry recognized the posture. It was the same stance Seamus had used all September when he'd been parroting his mum's opinions about Harry being a liar. "If we get caught," Seamus said, "she'll expel us. All of us. My mum will actually murder me." "Then don't come." "I didn't say I wasn't coming. I said she'll expel us. I want to know that you've thought about that." Harry looked at him. Seamus's jaw was tight. His hands were fists inside his crossed arms. He was scared, genuinely scared, and he was standing here anyway. "I've thought about it," Harry said. "Every night. I've thought about what happens if we get caught, and I've thought about what happens if we don't train, and the second one scares me more. The second one scares me more too." Seamus uncrossed his arms. "Just wanted to hear you say it. To know you're not just charging in blind."
I'm not.
"Yeah, I'm starting to see that." Seamus stuck out his hand. "We're good." Harry shook it. "Right. Don't tell Dean I was being serious. I've got a reputation to protect." He left, and Harry stood in the empty dormitory and felt something shift in his chest. Not hope, exactly. Something closer to solidarity. The knowledge that people were choosing to follow him, not because they had to but because they believed the fight was worth the risk. The Augur's Guild counter ticked upward in his peripheral vision. 26 members now. One past the minimum. Hermione cracked the Observer mystery in November. She'd been working on it since last year, quietly, methodically, building her database of access times and referencing them against every variable she could measure. Staff schedules, student curfew violations logged by Filch, all delivery times, moon phases. Because Hermione was thorough to the point of absurdity, and she refused to rule anything out. She found Harry and Ron in the library on a Saturday afternoon. Her hair was wilder than usual, which meant she'd been pulling at it, and she had the specific expression she wore when she'd figured something out, and it was worse than she'd hoped. "It's not a person," she said, sitting down across from them and laying her parchment on the table. "It's a residue." "A what?" Ron asked. "The secondary observer isn't someone actively accessing the augur. It's a magical echo, a fingerprint left on the system by someone who handled it before it reached us." She pointed to a column of data. "The access pattern isn't reactive. It doesn't respond to what we do. It repeats on a fixed cycle every 17 hours, regardless of our activity. That's not behavior. That's an automated loop." "Whose fingerprint?" Harry asked. Hermione pulled out a second parchment. "I asked the augur to run a diagnostic on the secondary observer signal. It classified the request as general system information, no fate debt. The diagnostic identified the magical signature as partially degraded, consistent with someone who is either deceased or magically compromised." "Deceased." Barty Crouch Jr. The name hit the table like a dropped glass. Ron sat back. Harry's hands went still on the book he'd been pretending to read. "Crouch Jr. is dead," Ron said. The Dementor got him. End of last year. His body is dead. But he handled the auger. He must have found it before we did. Maybe he's the one who placed it in the common room, or maybe he intercepted it and left his mark. Either way, his magical signature is embedded in the system. It's not watching us, it's echoing. Replaying his last interaction on a loop, broadcasting data to whatever receiving point he originally set up. Broadcasting to who? Harry asked. His mouth was dry. That's the part I can't crack. The receiving point is masked, but Crouch Jr. worked for Voldemort. If he set up a data relay before he was caught. She trailed off, but the implication was clear. Voldemort, or his people, might have been receiving fragments of auger data for over a year. Not active access, not real time, but echoes, pieces. Enough to know the auger existed. Enough to know Harry was using it. Can we sever it? Harry asked. I think so. The echo is tied to a specific magical frequency. If I can isolate it and the auger cooperates with the purge, we can burn it out. But Harry, there's a cost. The auger estimates purging the echo will degrade the system by approximately 12%. Some simulations will become less accurate. Some data streams will narrow. Do it? Harry said. I'd rather have a weaker system than one that's feeding information to Voldemort's people. Hermione performed the purge that night. The auger's display flickered during the process, colors shifting from white to amber to red and back, and when it was done, the hum changed. Lower. Quieter. Like something had been removed from the machinery. The secondary observer alert that had been present since the first night was gone. The console displayed a single line Skekodarwar obisarvorgid has twastiam integradri 88%. It's done, Hermione said. She looked exhausted. The echo is gone. But Harry, if Voldemort's people received even fragments of the data Crouch transmitted, they know about the auger. And they know you have it. And they'll want it. Harry nodded. The stone in his chest got heavier. Dumbledore summoned Harry to his office in January of 6th year. The intervening months had been brutal. Umbridge had been removed from Hogwarts after the Department of Mysteries incident, replaced by a ministry that had finally, grudgingly, accepted that Voldemort was back. The cost of that acceptance had been high. Sirius had nearly died at the ministry. Harry's fate debt had spiked so badly during the fight that he'd had a seizure in the atrium, collapsing in front of the fountain. His body locked rigid while flashbacks of futures he'd never watched poured through his mind like a burst dam. His HP was at 104 out of 200. He checked it every morning now, compulsively, the way someone with a chronic illness checks their temperature. The number went down slowly, but it went down, and the trend line was not encouraging. Dumbledore's office was warm. The fire was burning. Fawkes sat on his perch, looking at Harry with those ancient, knowing eyes. Dumbledore stood by the window, backlit by winter light, his silhouette thin. Sit down, Harry. Harry sat. The chair was comfortable. It always was. Dumbledore's office was designed to make you feel safe, and Harry resented it, because safety was a lie and he knew it. You've done remarkable work with the DA, Dumbledore said. Minerva tells me the students you've trained are performing defensive magic at an NW level. Some of them are. You're a better teacher than you give yourself credit for. I'm a better teacher than Umbridge. The bar wasn't high. Dumbledore smiled, but it didn't last. He turned from the window and sat behind his desk, and for the first time in Harry's memory, the headmaster looked old, not aged. Old, tired in the bones, in the soul, in whatever part of a wizard lived past the body. I need to tell you something, Dumbledore said, and I need you to listen before you react. Harry's stomach clenched. Those were never good words. I know about the auger. The room went silent. Even Fawkes went still. I've known since the night it appeared, Dumbledore continued. His voice was calm, measured, the way it always was when he was delivering news that would hurt. The castle's wards detected its activation. I saw the energy signature. I identified the artifact class within the week. You knew, Harry said. His voice was flat. You've known for 2 years. Yes. And you didn't tell me. None though. Why? Dumbledore folded his hands on the desk. His blackened hand, the cursed one, sat on top of the other, the dead skin dark against the polished wood. Because the augur is not what you think it is. It is not a neutral tool. It is a test. A very old test designed to measure the response of key individuals to absolute knowledge. And I needed to see what you would do with it before I intervened. A test. You let me run simulations of my own death, accumulate fate debt, have seizures, lose health points as a test. I didn't let you. I couldn't stop you. The augur's selection of a primary user is binding. Once it chose you, it was yours. But I could influence what it showed you. Dumbledore's eyes were steady, and Harry saw something in them he'd never seen before. Guilt. Real, unguarded guilt. The simulation parameters are partially adjustable by anyone with sufficient magical authority over Hogwarts. I am the headmaster. I have that authority. I have been curating your experience with the augur since the beginning. Harry stood up. The chair scraped against the stone floor. Curating. Choosing which simulations were available to you. Setting difficulty thresholds. Adjusting probability readouts. Not fabricating, never fabricating, but selecting. Deciding what you were ready to see and what you weren't. The unplayable levels were my designation, not the system's. I classified my own death as unplayable because I didn't want you to spend your remaining health trying to prevent something that cannot be prevented. Harry's hands were shaking, not from fate debt this time, from anger, pure, clean. White-hot anger that burned through his chest and up his throat, and it took everything he had not to shout. You had no right, Harry said. You had no right to decide what I could see. It's my future, my life, my health points draining every day. And you sat in this office and played editor. I played guardian. Because that is what I am, Harry, whether you want me to be or not. And because the alternative was watching a 14-year-old boy destroy himself by staring into every possible version of his own death, until there was nothing left of him. That wasn't your choice to make. Perhaps not. But I made it, and I would make it again. Dumbledore's voice cracked barely. You have no idea how many simulations I locked. How many outcomes I shielded you from. There are versions of the future where you lose everyone, Harry. Everyone. And you were going to find them. The augur was going to show you, because the augur doesn't care about your well-being. It cares about data, about probability, about the mechanics of fate. I care about you. Harry's throat burned. He stood by the chair with his fists at his sides and looked at the man who had been the closest thing to a grandfather he'd ever had, and felt something break between them. Not shatter, break, the way a bone breaks, clean, painful, fixable, but never quite the same. You manipulated me, Harry said. You watched me suffer through the simulations I was allowed to see. And you decided the ones I wasn't allowed to see were worse. And you never gave me the choice. You never let me decide for myself what I could handle. Would you have stopped? That's not the point. It is precisely the point. If I had shown you everything, if I had given you full access, you would have watched every simulation until your health reached 0. I know this because I watched you with the limited access and you still couldn't stop. You are brave, Harry. Impossibly brave. But bravery without restraint is self-destruction, and I was not going to watch you destroy yourself. So you decided for me, like you've always decided for me. Where I lived, what I knew, when I was told the truth. You've been controlling my life since the night my parents died, and the augur was just one more thing you controlled. Dumbledore closed his eyes. When he opened them, they were wet. Yes, he said, I have, and I am sorry, not for the decisions, for the necessity that demanded them. The anger didn't leave. It shifted, made room for something else. Not forgiveness, not understanding. Something in between, something that didn't have a name, the feeling of being furious at someone who hurt you for reasons that made sense. Hermione figured out you were curating the system, Harry said. She noticed inconsistencies in the probability readouts. Numbers that didn't match her independent calculations. She didn't tell me because she wasn't sure, but she suspected. Miss Granger is extraordinary, Dumbledore said. She would have made a formidable unspeakable. Don't compliment my friends right now. I'm angry at you. I know. You have every right to be. They sat in silence for a moment. Fawkes trilled softly, a single clear note that hung in the air and dissolved slowly. And despite everything, it loosened something in Harry's chest. Not the anger, the tightness around it. My death in the forest, Harry said. The warning. You die in the forest unless you stop looking. Did you write that? No. That is the system's own output. I have no control over the warnings. Dumbledore paused. But I know what it refers to, and when the time comes, I will explain. Not now. Soon. The Horcruxes. Dumbledore's expression shifted, surprise. How much do you know? Enough. The augur's been feeding me fragments for months. Small things. A locket, a cup, a ring. Harry looked at Dumbledore's blackened hand. The ring. That's what happened to your hand, isn't it? You found one and it nearly killed you. That is killing me, Dumbledore said quietly. Slowly. Severus has contained the curse, but it is terminal. I have approximately 1 year. The room tilted, not a flashback, not fate debt. Just the world rearranging itself around a fact that Harry hadn't been ready to hear. Despite the augur's warnings, despite the unplayable level classification, hearing it confirmed from Dumbledore's own mouth was different. It was final. The augur said your death can't be prevented. It can't. But it can be made to matter. That is what I need from you, Harry. Not prevention. Purpose. They met weekly after that. Dumbledore and Harry, alone in the office, going through the Horcrux information piece by piece. The augur helped with logistics, providing location fragments, probability estimates for where the remaining Horcruxes might be hidden. Each session cost a quarter, point of fate debt, which Hermione tracked with growing anxiety. Your HP is at 98, she told Harry one evening in the common room. Ron was asleep in the armchair. The fire was low. It was 104 in January. You've lost 6 points in 2 months just from the Horcrux research sessions. I know. You're below 100, Harry. The augur's threat assessment shifts when the primary user drops below 100. Did you read the system log? What does it say? It says the system begins allocating more resources to self-preservation protocols, which means it's going to start pushing you towards safer paths, less risky simulations, lower stakes outcomes. It's going to try to keep you alive by making you cautious. I can't afford cautious. You can't afford dead either. Hermione's voice was tight. She was sitting cross-legged on the floor with the augur's display casting pale light across her face. Harry, the fate debt is at 6 points now. 6. The paradox events are going to get worse. We've been lucky so far. Headaches, flashbacks, the occasional thing going wrong at the wrong moment. But 6 points of debt is the threshold for serious consequences. The augur's documentation calls them cascade failures. What does that mean? It means multiple things going wrong at the same time, feeding into each other. Not random bad luck, orchestrated bad luck. Events conspiring to create maximum damage. Harry leaned his head back against the sofa and closed his eyes. He was tired, not sleepy. Tired in a way that sleep didn't fix, that food didn't fix, that nothing fixed except the end of something that showed no signs of ending. I'll be careful, he said. You'll try to be careful. And then something will happen and you'll forget everything I just said. Probably, definitely. Ron stirred in the armchair. Are you two talking about me behind my back? We're talking about Harry's declining health points. Oh, right. Ron opened one eye. Still declining? Still declining? Fantastic. Wake me when something changes. He closed the eye and went back to sleep. And Hermione shook her head, and Harry almost smiled, and the common room was warm and quiet, and for a few minutes the world was small enough to bear. Harry noticed Draco Malfoy falling apart in March. Not dramatically, not with a breakdown or a confession. Malfoy fell apart the way a building does when the foundation cracks. Slowly, from the inside, he stopped eating properly. He stopped attending Quidditch practice. He walked the corridors with a gray face and hollow eyes, and he flinched when people spoke to him unexpectedly. Harry watched him because the augur made him watch. The system had started tagging Malfoy in its peripheral feeds, brief text identifiers that popped into Harry's vision whenever Malfoy was nearby. Threat assessment, emotional state, mission status. It treated Draco like an NPC in a game, cataloging his deterioration with cold precision. Malfoy diaristiras and EX87 PRC MySON PRgress. Luelto Primar Tetrate Decaluni. Harry hated those readouts. Hated the way the augur reduced a person to data points. Draco was a git. Had always been a git. But he was also a 17-year-old kid being crushed by a war he never asked to fight, and the augur didn't care about that. It only cared about what Draco meant for the probability streams. The flashes came without warning. Brief, involuntary images in Harry's peripheral vision. Malfoy in a bathroom, gripping a sink, staring at his reflection with something close to terror. Water running. His hands white, knuckled on the porcelain. Malfoy in the room of requirement, working on something large and dark and mechanical. His movements frantic, his face lit by wand light. Malfoy on the astronomy tower, his wand raised, his hand shaking. Harry found Malfoy in the bathroom on a Thursday afternoon. He hadn't planned to. He'd been looking for somewhere quiet to deal with a flashback. The corridor was too exposed, and he'd pushed open the door to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom and found Draco standing at the sinks with tears running down his face. Draco spun around. His wand, "Get out, Potter." "No. I said get out." And I said no. Harry kept his hands visible, his wand in his pocket. "I know what you're doing, Malfoy. With the cabinet, with the mission." Draco's face went white, then gray. Then something past color entirely, a blankness that was worse than fear. "You don't know anything. I know Voldemort gave you a task. I know you're trying to fix a vanishing cabinet to let Death Eaters into Hogwarts. And I know you don't want to do it. How?" The word came out cracked, broken. "How do you know that?" "It doesn't matter how. What matters is that you've got a choice. You can keep going, fix the cabinet, let them in, and maybe they succeed and maybe they don't. Or you can stop, right now, today, and let us help you." "Us?" Draco laughed, and it was the saddest sound Harry had ever heard. "You and your friends. The Golden Trio is going to protect the Malfoy family from the Dark Lord. He lives in my house, Potter. He sits at my dining table. He has my mother. I know." Then you know I can't stop. They stared at each other across the bathroom. Water dripped from a tap. Myrtle watched from the ceiling, silent for once, her translucent face solemn. "I'm not going to fight you," Harry said. "Not today. But when this is over, and it will be over, I want you to remember that I stood here and offered you a way out. What you do with that is up to you." He left. Draco didn't follow. But the look on his face, the exhausted, terrified, grateful look that he tried to hide and couldn't, stayed with Harry for days. Harry told Hermione. Hermione told Ron. The three of them sat in the room of requirement, which had provided a space that looked like a war room, and had the conversation nobody wanted to have. "He's got a mission," Harry said, "from Voldemort. The augur won't show me the full details without a simulation, but the fragments are enough. Malfoy's been tasked with something inside Hogwarts. Something he doesn't want to do." "The vanishing cabinet?" Hermione said. "I saw him near Borgin and Burke's over the summer when we were in Diagon Alley. He was examining a cabinet. There's a matched pair. One in the shop, one in the room of requirement. If he repairs the connection, It creates a passage directly into Hogwarts. Past the wards. Past everything. He's building a door, Ron said. For Death Eaters. For Death Eaters. And for whatever comes after. Hermione looked at Harry. The astronomy tower. The fragments you've been seeing. Malfoy on the tower with his wand raised. Who's he pointing it at? Harry didn't answer. He didn't need to. Dumbledore, Ron said quietly. He's going to try to kill Dumbledore. He won't manage it, Harry said. But he'll open the door. He'll let them in. And someone else will finish it. Snape, Hermione whispered. The name sat between them like a bomb with a visible timer. Dumbledore told me, Harry said, last week, in the office. He told me Snape would be the one. He said it was planned. That Snape promised him. That when the moment came, Snape would do it, because Dumbledore asked him to, because the curse on his hand is going to kill him anyway, and a death by Snape's hand serves the war better than a death by slow poison. That's insane, Ron said. That's Dumbledore. Those are two different things, and they're both insane. Hermione was shaking her head slowly, processing, her eyes moving back and forth like she was reading something only she could see. He planned his own death. He stood in his office, looked you in the eye, and told you that he's going to die on purpose, and that the man who does it is on our side. Yes? And you believe him. I don't know what I believe anymore, but the augur classified it as unplayable. No simulation available, no alternative path. Which means Dumbledore is right about one thing. This is happening, and we can't stop it. It happened in June, a warm night. The kind of night where the grounds smelled like cut grass, and the lake reflected the stars, and everything looked peaceful from a distance. Dumbledore and Harry had been to the cave. They'd apparated to a cliff face above a black sea, climbed down slippery rocks, and swum through freezing water to a hidden entrance. The cave inside was enormous and dark, and the air smelled like salt and decay and something else. Something sweet and wrong, like rotting fruit. The lake inside the cave was still as glass. Things moved beneath the surface. Harry could see pale shapes drifting in the deep, faces that weren't quite faces, hands that weren't quite hands. In fury, hundreds of them. His stomach turned. The island in the center held a basin. The basin held a potion, thick and green, glowing faintly. And somewhere beneath the potion was the locket. You must make me drink it, Dumbledore said. His voice was calm, but his eyes were not. All of it. No matter what I say, no matter what I do. You must not stop. What will it do to you? Nothing pleasant. Dumbledore picked up the goblet that sat beside the basin. But it is the only way. He drank, and the screaming started. The potion did something to Dumbledore that Harry would never fully understand, and never fully forget. It made him see things. Terrible things. He screamed for people who weren't there. He begged for it to stop. He said, please, not them, not the children, and I'm sorry, Ariana. I'm sorry. And Harry stood over him and forced the goblet to his lips and poured, and it was the worst thing Harry had ever done. Worse than the graveyard, worse than any simulation. Because it was real, and it was Dumbledore, and the old man had begged him to stop, and Harry hadn't stopped. He filled the goblet from the lake to give Dumbledore water after, and the Inferi came. They surged from the black water, white and bloated and reaching, and Harry's wand shook in his hand, and for a horrible second he forgot every spell he knew. Then Dumbledore, half dead, barely conscious, raised his wand and fire erupted from it. A ring of fire that drove the Inferi back beneath the surface and lit the cave like the inside of a furnace. They escaped. Barely. Harry dragged Dumbledore out of the cave, and they apparated back to Hogsmeade, and Dumbledore could barely stand. The locket was in Harry's pocket, heavy and cold against his thigh. They landed on the astronomy tower. Dumbledore was barely standing, leaning on Harry, his weight almost nothing. His breathing wet and ragged. The dark mark hung over the tower, green and skull-shaped and wrong. Harry's stomach dropped. They're inside, Harry said. Malfoy fixed the cabinet. They're in the castle. Yes, Dumbledore said. His voice was a thread. Harry, listen to me. What happens next has already been decided. Do not interfere. Do you understand? Professor, promise me. I can't promise that. You must. If you interfere, you change the path, and the path after this one is worse. I have seen it. The augur showed it to me too, Harry, long before it showed anything to you. The words hit Harry like a physical blow. You've used the augur. Once. One simulation. Years ago. Before I placed it in Gryffindor Tower. I saw enough to know what needed to happen, and in what order. I have been walking toward this night for a very long time. Footsteps on the stairs. Harry's wand was out, but Dumbledore pushed it down with his uninjured hand, gentle, firm, final. Hide, Dumbledore said. And remember what I told you about the Horcruxes. Finish it. Harry stepped back into the shadows. His body obeyed while his mind screamed. He pressed himself against the wall and watched. Malfoy came through the door first. His wand was raised. His face was gray and wet with sweat, and he was shaking so badly the wand tip danced in the air. He looked at Dumbledore, and something in his expression collapsed. Good evening, Draco, Dumbledore said. Even now, even dying, even standing on the edge of everything, he was gentle. I have to do this, Draco said. His voice was barely there. You don't. He'll kill my family. My mother. He'll kill them. I can help you, Draco. I can protect them. But you need to lower your wand. Draco's arm wavered. Tears were running down his face. He wasn't a villain. He was a 17-year-old boy standing on a tower with a wand he didn't want to use, and Harry saw that clearly, and it broke something inside him that he wasn't sure could be repaired. More footsteps. Death Eaters. They filled the tower doorway, dark shapes, masked faces, and behind them, Severus Snape. Snape walked past the Death Eaters, past Draco. He stood in front of Dumbledore, and the two of them looked at each other, and something passed between them that Harry couldn't read. Some final communication, some goodbye that existed in a language only they understood. Severus, please. Snape raised his wand. Harry closed his eyes. He heard the words. He heard the sound. He felt the magic pass through the air like a shockwave, and when he opened his eyes, Dumbledore was falling, backward off the tower. Slow or seeming slow, his robes spreading, his white hair lifting, his face peaceful in a way that shouldn't have been possible. He was gone before he hit the ground. Harry didn't scream. He didn't move. He stood in the shadows with his back against the stone wall, and his fists clenched at his sides, and his teeth locked together, and he didn't make a sound, because Dumbledore had asked him not to interfere, and it was the last thing Dumbledore had ever asked him, and he had obeyed. Snape left. The Death Eaters left. Draco was pushed out ahead of them, stumbling, his face destroyed. Harry was alone on the tower. He walked to the edge and looked down. He could see the shape on the ground. Small, still, surrounded by the beginnings of a crowd, tiny figures running from the castle. The augur pinged, not a notification, not a quest update, something different, something that had never happened before. Harry's entire field of vision went red. Deep, pulsing red, like looking at the world through blood, and text appeared in the center of his sight, urgent and enormous. Be dark lardi like ichitamaistio sistu abiwana cc lesidi byn exterail hastal entiadai tiapmri marar usir data s nog perda alex shumpiero mysidi fi debati. Off 200 rakam and date and ran the red faded. The tower was dark. The stars were out, and the lake was silver, and Dumbledore was dead and somewhere, in a place Harry couldn't see. Lord Voldemort had just connected to the augur and was looking at everything Harry had ever seen. Harry stood on the tower for a long time. The wind picked up. It came from the lake, cold and clean, and it pushed at his robes and his hair, and he let it. Below him, the crowd around Dumbledore's body was growing. He could see the glow of wands raised in the dark. He could hear sounds that might have been crying, carried up on the wind, distorted by distance. His HP had dropped. He could feel it, a physical sensation now, like a gauge behind his ribs ticking downward. The number floated in the corner of his vision: 91. The lowest it had ever been. 91 out of 200, and every digit of that loss had a name attached to it. The graveyard, the ministry, the cave. And now this tower. This night. This death that had been written before Harry ever opened his eyes. He thought about the augur's original warning. You die in the forest. Unless you stop looking. He hadn't stopped looking. He'd looked at everything. Every simulation, every fragment, every probability stream the system offered. And it had cost him half his health, 6.5 points of fate debt, his headmaster. And now his one advantage, because Voldemort was inside the system and the augur was compromised. Hermione appeared on the tower stairs. She came through the doorway and saw him standing at the edge, and her face crumpled for just a second before she pulled it together. I know. We need to go. The castle's not safe. The Death Eaters came through the vanishing cabinet. Neville and Luna held the corridor on the 5th floor. Ginny took a hex to the shoulder, but she's all right. Ron's with her in the hospital wing. The locket. Harry pulled it from his pocket. It sat in his palm, cold and heavy. It's a fake. There's a note inside. Someone got there first? Someone called RAB. Hermione took the locket, opened it, read the note. Her face went still. Then Dumbledore drank the potion for nothing. No. He drank it because it was the next step and he believed in the mission. Even if this one was a dead end, the others are still out there. Harry's voice sounded strange to him. Flat. Controlled. The kind of voice you use when the alternative is screaming. We have to find them. All of them. Before Voldemort figures out what we know. And the augur. Harry, if Voldemort has access to the system, then he can see our playbook. Every simulation I've run, every quest, every probability stream. He knows what we know. Harry looked at her. We need to sever the link or destroy the augur entirely. But first we need to use it one last time. One more look at where the Horcruxes are. That's more fate debt, I know. Your HP is at 91. I know, Hermione. She stepped toward him. And for a moment he thought she was going to argue, to reason, to pull out data and numbers and logic. Instead, she put her arms around him and held on. And Harry closed his eyes and let himself be held on the tower where Dumbledore had died, with the wind off the lake and the stars above them, and the war spreading out below like a stain. Then they went downstairs to find their friends. To plan, to grieve, to figure out what came next. The war had started. And the augur, the thing that was supposed to give him an advantage, had just become his enemy's window into everything he knew. They left Hogwarts the morning after the funeral. Harry, Ron, and Hermione. 3 rucksacks, 2 tents Hermione had borrowed from Perkins at the ministry, and the augur wrapped in a pillowcase at the bottom of Harry's bag. They apparated from the Hogwarts gates to a stretch of countryside in Devon that Hermione had pre-selected, landed in a field of long grass, and stood blinking in the early July sunlight like people who had just stepped out of a building that was on fire. Right? Ron said, dropping his rucksack. So, we're fugitives now. We're not fugitives, Hermione said. We're operating independently of institutional support structures. That's fugitive with extra syllables. Hermione. She ignored him and started setting up protective wards. Harry watched her work. She moved through the enchantments with practiced efficiency, wand tracing patterns in the air, her lips forming silent incantations. Muggle, repelling charm.
Notice me not.
Muffliato on the perimeter. A detection ward that would chime if anything magical crossed within 200 meters. Harry pulled the augur out of his bag and set it on the grass. His stats glowed in the daylight, washed out but readable. HP 88 OU to off 200 FETI 7.0 ACT IV QST. Iris, R. Yugas Remamendifi STM INT 76 to Favori XTO Tere CCCA TV, Edetitagurkreascam Paramicidi. The last line was new. Or rather, it had been there since the astronomy tower, but seeing it in the daylight, in a field in Devon. With Dumbledore 3 days dead and the whole weight of the war sitting on 3 teenagers, made it feel more real, more dangerous. "One need to use it," Harry said. "One more time, to find the Horcruxes." Hermione finished her wards and came to stand beside him. Her face was tight. "Harry, every time you use the auger now, Voldemort sees what you see. The link is active. We'd be handing him our strategy. Not if we're fast. 1 session. Quick. We get locations, fragments, anything useful. Then we sever the link. Sever it how? I tried a purge on the Crouch Echo, and it cost 12% of system integrity. The Voldemort link is deeper. It's embedded in the core architecture. Cutting it out could destroy the auger entirely." "Good," Ron said. He was sitting on his rucksack, his long legs stretched out in the grass. "Destroy it. We've been dancing with this thing for 2 years, and all it's done is bleed Harry dry and hand our enemies information. Let it die. We can't destroy it until we've extracted what we need," Hermione said. "The Horcrux locations. Once we have those, I don't care if we burn it." "You do care. You've been fascinated by this thing since day one." "I've been studying it. There's a difference." "Is there?" The tension between them was nothing new. It had been building for weeks, months, longer than that. A slow accumulation of pressure that had no release valve. Ron's frustration wasn't about the auger, not really. It was about everything the auger represented. The system that chose Harry. The mission that revolved around Harry. The girl who stood next to Harry every time a decision needed to be made. Harry felt it. He always felt it. He just didn't know how to fix it. 1 session, Harry said, quick and dirty. We get what we can. Then we figure out how to cut the link. They ran the session that night, after dark, inside the tent. The auger's display lit the canvas walls with pale white light. Hermione sat on Harry's left with parchment and quill. Ron sat on his right with his wand out, watching the tent flap like he expected Death Eaters to walk through it at any moment. "Auger," Harry said. "Horcrux locations, all remaining. Give me what you have. Processing. Notice system integrity is reduced. Data streams are narrowed. Probability confidence levels are below optimal thresholds. Locations will be approximate. Approximate is fine. Go." The display shifted. Images formed, fragmentary, like looking at photographs through dirty glass. Harry saw a vault. Underground. Gold and treasure piled high, gleaming in torchlight. A small golden cup sat on a high shelf, almost invisible among the clutter. Harry caught a glimpse of a sign, a crest, a goblin's face. "Gringotts," Hermione breathed. The Lestrange vault, the image dissolved, another formed. A room. Dark, cluttered. Stacked floor to ceiling with broken furniture, and old textbooks and things that had been hidden and forgotten. A tiara, tarnished and dusty, sat on top of a bust. Harry recognized the room. "The room of requirement," he said. "The room where everything is hidden. I've been in there." A third image. Blurry. A snake enormous, coiling through darkness. Not a location, an entity. The snake was the Horcrux. Harry felt his scar pulse a dull throb, and the image fragmented and scattered. "The snake," Harry said. "Nagini. Voldemort keeps her close." A fourth image tried to form but collapsed before it solidified. Static. Interference. The display flickered and the auger's voice came through strained, like a radio signal fighting through interference. Data stream interrupted. Hostile access is attempting to intercept simulation data in real time. Recommend termination of session. He's watching right now. Ron's wand was up, pointed at the console. He can see this. External hostile entity is receiving fragmented data with approximately 3-second delay. Full interception is prevented by primary user proximity encryption, but partial data is leaking. Recommend immediate termination. "Terminate," Harry said. The display went dark. The tent was black for a moment before Hermione lit her wand. Harry's head was pounding, the familiar pressure of fate debt building behind his eyes, settling into his joints like lead. His hands trembled. Hermione checked the debt counter. 7.5, she said. Half a point for a partial session. Was it enough? Ron asked. Did we get enough? We got 3 locations. Gringotts, Room of Requirement, and Nagini. Hermione was writing fast, capturing everything while it was fresh. Plus, we already know about the locket. That's 4. The augur said 5 remaining. So there's 1 more we didn't see. The diary's already destroyed, Harry said. Tom Riddle's diary, 2nd year. And the ring, Dumbledore got that one. So the 5 remaining are the locket, the cup, the tiara, the snake, and something else. You, Hermione said quietly. Harry looked at her. The augur's warning. You die in the forest. The Scar Link. Curse Scar Link active. Harry, what if you're one of the Horcruxes? What if the thing in your scar is a piece of his soul? The tent went very still. Ron lowered his wand slowly. The rain had started outside, tapping against the canvas, and the sound seemed very far away. Then the forest is where I go to die, Harry said. Don't say that. You just said it. I said what if. That's a question, not a conclusion. We don't know. The augur's data is compromised. Its confidence levels are below threshold. This might not be true, but it might be. Harry, please. Okay. He held up his hands. Okay. We table it. We focus on the ones we can reach. Lock it first. Hermione nodded. Her eyes were too bright, and she blinked hard and looked down at her notes and kept writing. Ron was staring at Harry with an expression that Harry couldn't read. Something between grief and fury and helplessness, and after a moment Ron got up and walked to the tent flap and stood there looking out at the rain. Nobody slept well that night. The Horcrux hunt became a grind. They found the locket within 2 weeks, using the RAB. Note and Hermione's research to track it to Grimmauld Place, where Creature had hidden it. The house, Elf had been guarding it for years, loyal to the memory of Regulus Black, who had died trying to destroy it. Getting Creature to hand it over took patience, kindness, and a promise that they would finish what Regulus started. Hermione was the one who made the promise. She knelt on the kitchen floor of Grimmauld Place and looked Creature in his enormous, watery eyes and said, "We will destroy it." For Regulus. And Creature believed her because Hermione had always been the one who treated him like a person. Wearing it was necessary to keep it safe. Wearing it was also poison, the locket whispered. Not words, exactly feelings, doubt, anger, isolation. It amplified whatever dark thought was already living in your head and turned the volume up until that thought was the only thing you could hear. They took turns wearing it. When it was Harry's turn, the flashbacks got worse. When it was Ron's turn, the jealousy got louder. When it was Hermione's, she went quiet and distant, and once Harry found her at 3 in the morning staring at the augur's display with tears running down her face, watching Harry's HP counter tick downward in real time. It dropped another point while you were sleeping, she told him. 87. Just from the locket being in proximity. Take it off. It's my shift. Take it off. Hermione, you're scaring me. She took it off, handed it to him. Her hands were cold and shaking, and when their fingers touched, she held on for a second longer than necessary. Neither of them mentioned it. The Paradox events started in September. The first one was small. They apparated to a campsite in Wales and found the tent poles had fused together, the metal melted like wax, completely unusable. Hermione spent an hour repairing them with transfiguration while Ron and Harry sat in the rain. The second was worse. A week later, on the move again. They encountered a group of snatchers who shouldn't have been within 50 miles of their location. Harry's detection ward hadn't triggered. The snatchers seemed confused, like they'd been drawn to the spot by instinct rather than information. The fight was brief and messy. Ron took a cutting curse across the ribs. Hermione shielded them, while Harry stunned 3 men in rapid succession. They apparated out before the rest could regroup. But Ron's wound bled through 2 shirts and a field bandage before Hermione could properly heal it. "That wasn't random," Hermione said, stitching Ron's side with her wand, her fingers stained with his blood. "Snatchers don't patrol this area. They were sent here, not by intelligence, by the augur. The system is creating the paradox," Harry said. "The system is correcting for our foreknowledge. We use the augur to find the Horcruxes, and the universe is pushing back. The corrections are getting more dangerous because our fate debt is higher." The third paradox was the one that almost killed them. They were camped in the forest of Dean, deep in the trees, behind every ward Hermione could cast. It was October. Cold. The kind of cold that got inside your clothes and stayed. Harry was on watch when it happened. The air changed. The temperature dropped 10 degrees in 5 seconds. His breath came out as fog, thick and white, and the hairs on the back of his neck stood up. Dementors. 3 of them, gliding through the trees, moving directly toward the tent with a precision that no Dementor should have had. They weren't wandering, they were aimed scent. "Ron! Hermione!" Harry had his wand up before he finished shouting. Expecto Patronum. The stag burst from his wand, silver and bright and fierce. It charged the lead Dementor and drove it back, but the other 2 split, flanking, circling the tent. They were coordinated. Dementors didn't coordinate. Something was directing them. Ron came out of the tent with blood on his bandage and his wand in his hand, and cast a Patronus that flickered and faded before it formed. The locket was around his neck. Of course it was his shift, and the locket was eating his happy memories before he could use them.
Take it off!
Harry screamed. Ron grabbed the chain and pulled. The locket didn't come. It tightened, the chain biting into his neck, the clasp refusing to open. Ron's face went red, then purple. He was choking. Hermione came out behind him. She didn't hesitate. She pointed her wand at the chain and said, "Defendo," with a voice like a blade, and the chain snapped and the locket fell to the ground and Ron gasped and stumbled forward. "Patronus!" Hermione cast. Her otter erupted from her wand, bright and fluid, and it joined Harry's stag, and the 2 patronesses drove the remaining Dementors back into the trees, back into the dark, back into whatever hole the paradox had pulled them from. Ron was on his knees. His neck was bruised. A dark line where the chain had dug in. His ribs were bleeding again. He was shaking violently, not from the cold, from the Dementor exposure. From the locket, from all of it hitting at once. Harry dropped beside him. "Ron. Ron, look at me." "You're okay." "I'm not okay," Ron said. His voice was raw. "None of this is okay. That thing tried to strangle me, Harry. The locket tried to kill me. The paradox directed the Dementors. The locket reacted to the threat. It's the system correcting. Stop." Ron shoved Harry's hand off his shoulder. "Stop explaining it like it's a game mechanic. Stop treating this like it's a puzzle we can solve. I've got a hole in my side. I've got chain marks on my neck, and every time I close my eyes I hear that locket telling me I'm nothing. That I'm the spare. That you and Hermione would be better off without me. That's the Horcrux talking, Ron. Eyes it, because it sounds a lot like the truth. The fight happened 3 days later. Not because of one thing. Because of everything. The cold, the hunger. The Horcrux, the paradox attacks, the augur's constant presence humming in Harry's bag. The fact that they'd been camping in the wet for months, with no progress and no end in sight. The pressure had been building since the day they left Hogwarts, and it found its way out on a Tuesday night in a tent in the middle of nowhere. Ron started it. Harry knew he would, had felt it coming, the way you feel a thunderstorm before it breaks. "We don't have a plan," Ron said. He was standing by the tent flap, his arms at his sides, his voice quiet in a way that was worse than shouting. "We've been out here for months. We have 1 Horcrux we can't destroy and 3 more we can't reach. The augur is feeding Voldemort our location every time Harry's scar twinges, and we're just sitting here. Waiting. We're not waiting, Hermione said from the table, where she was reading the same book she'd been reading for a week. We're regrouping. We've been regrouping since August. At some point, regrouping becomes hiding. Why need the sword of Gryffindor to destroy the locket? Harry said. We can't move forward until we find it. Then let's find it. Let's actually do something instead of sitting in this tent every night staring at a magic box that's slowly killing you. What would you have me do? Ron, I don't know, something, anything. Go to Gringotts, storm the room of requirement, attack the snake head-on. I don't care. Anything is better than watching your health drop point by point while Hermione takes notes on the rate of decline. That's not fair, Hermione said. None of this is fair! Ron's voice finally broke into a shout. It's not fair that a magic system picked Harry and not someone else. It's not fair that every time we use it, Harry pays the price and the rest of us just watch. It's not fair that I'm sitting here with a hole in my ribs and chain burns on my neck, and the best I can do is carry the murder necklace on alternate days while you two decide everything. We don't decide everything, Harry said. You do. You and Hermione. You always have. The simulations, the plans, the strategies. It's always the two of you in the corner working it out, while I stand guard or fetch water, or hold the bloody stopwatch. And I know I'm not as smart as her, and I'm not as important as you, but I'm here, and I'm bleeding, and I'd like to feel like I'm more than a warm body filling a space. The tent was quiet except for the rain. Harry looked at Ron. Ron looked back. His eyes were red and his jaw was clenched, and there was something underneath the anger that was so much worse than anger. It was exhaustion. It was defeat. It was a boy who had spent 2 years standing next to a prophecy he couldn't fulfill and a system that classified him as non-essential, and he'd finally run out of reasons to pretend that didn't hurt. Ron, Harry said, you are not a warm body. You have never been a warm body. I need you? Yes, because the augur doesn't think so. I asked it once. On the first night, when everyone was asleep. I asked it what my role was. Do you know what it said? It said emotional support variable. That's what I am to the system, Harry. A variable. A comfort stat. Something that keeps your morale up so your performance doesn't drop. Harry felt like he'd been punched. The augur is wrong, Hermione said. Her voice was fierce and cracking at the same time. You are not a variable, Ronald Weasley. You're our friend. You're irreplaceable. The system doesn't understand that, because the system doesn't understand people. It understands data. Then why does it feel true? Ron's voice dropped to almost nothing. Why does it feel like I'm watching the two of you become something together? Something that doesn't include me. And the system is just confirming what I already knew. The silence that followed was brutal. Hermione's eyes were wet. Harry's chest was tight. Ron stood by the tent flap with rain blowing in around his legs and the locket on the table, between them pulsing with a dark, satisfied energy, and nobody had the right words because the right words didn't exist. I need to go, Ron said. Ron, don't, Hermione whispered. I need to go. Not forever. I can't be here right now. I can't wear the locket and I can't watch Harry die by numbers and I can't. He stopped. Swallowed. I'll come back. I promise. But if I stay tonight, I'll say something that breaks us permanently, and I'd rather leave than do that. He picked up his rucksack. He walked to the tent flap. He stopped, turned, looked at Harry one more time. I'm sorry, Ron said. Then he stepped out into the rain and disapparated, and the crack of his departure echoed through the trees and faded, and the tent was empty and cold and wrong. Hermione sat at the table with her hands in her lap and cried. Not loudly, not dramatically, just tears steady and quiet, running down her face while she sat perfectly still. Harry sat next to her, He didn't touch her. He didn't speak. He just sat there and let her cry and watched the place where Ron had been standing and felt the hollow space in his chest where his best friend used to be. The days after Ron left were the worst of the hunt. They moved camp twice. Hermione ran the wards. Harry took every watch shift. They ate badly, slept worse, and spoke in short, functional sentences about wood and water and rotes. The tent felt too big for two people, like a room designed for a family that had lost a member. Harry's HP dropped at 83. The fate debt sat at 7.5 and the paradox events continued. Smaller now, persistent. A wand that sparked wrong. A ward that failed for 10 seconds before reasserting. Food that spoiled overnight despite preservation charms. The universe was charging interest and the payments were getting creative. On the 5th night without Ron, Harry sat outside the tent in the dark. The sky was clear for once, stars bright and sharp. The air cold enough that his breath made shapes. Hermione came out and sat next to him. She'd brought a blanket and she draped it across both their shoulders without asking. "I miss him," she said. "Me too. I keep expecting to hear him complain about the food, or snore, or ask what time it is every 20 minutes. She pulled the blanket tighter. He was right about some of it. Not all of it, but the part about being sidelined. About the system not valuing him. That was real. I should have done more. We both should have. But we were so focused on the mission, on the augur, on staying alive, that we forgot to make sure he felt like he mattered. And the Horcrux made everything worse. It found the wound that was already there and dug into it. Harry leaned back. The stars were so clear out here, away from cities, away from streetlights. He could see the Milky Way, a pale smear across the sky, and it made him feel small in a way that was almost comforting. The universe was very big. His problems, for all their weight, occupied a very small corner of it. "I'm scared," he said. Hermione looked at him. She didn't ask of what. She waited, not of dying. "I've made my peace with that, mostly. I'm scared of what happens after. If the scar is a Horcrux, if the forest warning is what we think it is, I'm scared of what that does to you, to Ron, to everyone who's fighting because they think I'm coming back. Harry, let me finish. I'm scared that the augur has been right about everything. Every prediction, every probability, every warning. And if it's right about the forest, then I'm walking towards something I can't dodge, and I can't fight, and I can't outrun. And the only question is whether I walk toward it on my own terms or on the system's terms." Hermione's hand found his under the blanket. She laced her fingers through his and held tight. Her hand was cold and small and strong. "You're not alone," she said. "I know it feels like it. I know the augur treats you like a single point in a probability cloud. But you're not alone and you're not a point. You're Harry, my Harry. And whatever's in the forest, I'm walking to the edge of it with you. You can't come into the forest. I can walk you to the edge." That's what I said, the edge, and I'll be standing there when it's over. Harry looked at her. She was close. The blanket had pulled them together. Shoulder to shoulder, hip to hip. Her face was pale in the starlight, and her eyes were dark and steady, and she was the bravest person he'd ever known. Not because she wasn't scared. Because she was always scared and she did it anyway. "Hermione?" "Yes?" He kissed her. Not desperately. Not out of grief or fear or the hollow space that Ron's absence had left. He kissed her because he wanted to. Because he'd wanted to for months, and he'd been too scared of breaking something to try. And the world was falling apart, and the system was failing, and Dumbledore was dead, and Ron was gone. And they were two people sitting under a blanket in the dark, and he wanted her to know. She kissed him back. Her cold hand came up to his face, her fingers along his jaw, and she kissed him back with a soft, careful precision that was so purely Hermione that Harry almost laughed against her mouth. She kissed the way she did everything thoroughly, intentionally, with complete attention. They broke apart. The stars were still there. The cold was still there. The war was still there. "I've wanted to do that since the prefect's bathroom," Harry said. "I've wanted you to do that since the Yule Ball. You're extremely slow. I know. It's one of your worst qualities. I know." She leaned her head against his shoulder, and they sat under the blanket, and the stars were very bright, and the tent was very quiet, and for a few minutes the world contained only 2 people, and that was enough. The attacks escalated in November. Death Eaters showed up at their campsite twice in 1 week. Not Snatchers. Death Eaters, masked, trained, moving in formation. The first time, Harry and Hermione escaped by the width of a shield charm and a well-timed apparition. The second time, Hermione took a stinging jinx to the thigh that made her scream, and they barely got the tent packed before the next wave hit. "They know where we are." Hermione gasped, clutching her leg in their new location, her face white with pain. "Not approximately. Precisely. They're arriving within minutes of us setting up camp." The Augur. The Augur. The Voldemort link isn't just reading simulations anymore. It's reading our real-time location data. The system tracks where you are at all times, Harry. It's part of the primary user profile. And that data is leaking. Then we sever the link. Now, tonight, whatever the cost. Severing it from out here isn't possible. The link is hardwired into the system architecture. To cut it, we'd need to access the Augur's core, and the core is protected by wards that require proximity to a major magical nexus. The system was designed to operate within Hogwarts. Its deepest functions are tied to the castle's wardstones. Why have to go back to Hogwarts? Why have to break into Hogwarts, which is currently occupied by Death Eaters? Reach the 7th floor, access the Room of Requirement, connect the Augur to the castle's wardstone network, and perform a severing ritual that will permanently cut Voldemort's access. And we need to do it without being detected, captured, or killed. Is that all? Also, the Room of Requirement contains a Horcrux, the diadem. So while we're there, we might as well destroy it. Harry looked at the Augur. Its display was dim, flickering, the system integrity number dropping in real time as the hostile link drew power. 71% now. The console was dying. Whether they severed the link or not, the Augur was running out of time. "When?" Harry asked. "We need the Sword of Gryffindor to destroy the locket first. The diary was destroyed by a basilisk fang. The ring by the sword. We need the sword for the locket and possibly the cup. Without it, we're stuck. So we need the sword. Wes! And we need Ron." Hermione looked at him. He looked back. "We need Ron," he repeated. "Not just because we need numbers. Because he's supposed to be here. Because the 3 of us work in ways that 2 of us don't. And because I'm not breaking into Hogwarts without my best mate." Hermione was quiet for a long time. The night pressed against the tent. Somewhere in the trees, an owl called. Her thigh was still bleeding through the bandage, a slow seep of red on white. He left. "Harry," he said he'd come back. "I believe him? Because the Augur told you. Because I know Ron. He's not gone. He's lost. There's a difference. And when he finds his way back, he'll bring something with him. He always does." Hermione looked at him. Her eyes were tired and bright and full of something she didn't say out loud. She reached across and covered his hand with hers, gently, her burned fingers resting on his scarred knuckles. "Okay," she said, "we wait. But not long, not long." Ron came back on a Thursday. Harry was alone by a frozen stream in the Forest of Dean, washing his face with water so cold it burned, when he heard the crack of apparition behind him. He had his wand up and aimed before he finished turning. Ron stood in the snow. He was thinner. His hair was longer and shaggier. He had a new scar on his left hand, pink and raised, and his clothes were different from the ones he'd left in. He was carrying a sword, silver blade, ruby-studded hilt. "Hi," Ron said. "Found the sword." Harry looked at it. The sword of Gryffindor. The thing they needed. the thing they'd been searching for. And Ron was standing in the snow holding it like a shopping bag. Like he'd just popped out for milk and come back with the one thing that could save them all. Where did you find it? Bottom of a frozen pool about half a mile from here. The auger, your auger, it sent me a ping. 3 days ago. A notification like the ones you get. I didn't even know it could reach me. It showed me this forest, this stream, and a pool with the sword at the bottom. The auger reached out to you. It called me an allied unit, which is slightly better than emotional support variable, so I'll take it. Ron's attempt at a smile didn't quite make it. His eyes were too serious, too tired. I had to dive in to get it. Ice water. Worst experience of my life, and I'm including the locket. I used the sword to destroy the locket. Harry stared at him. It opened, Ron said. His voice changed. Went rough. When I pulled it out of the water, the locket opened and it showed me things. You and Hermione. Together. What it thought I was. What it thought I deserved. And it told me to give up. To let the sword fall. To go back to sleep and let you handle it. What did you do? I stabbed it. Ron's jaw was tight. I stabbed the damn thing, and it screamed, and the smoke came out, and I kept stabbing until it stopped. And then I threw up in the snow for about 10 minutes. He held up the sword. The blade was clean, but there was something dark staining the hilt, residue from the Horcrux's death. One down. Harry crossed the distance between them. He grabbed Ron in a hug so hard it nearly knocked them both over. Ron hugged back, one-armed because he was still holding the sword. And they stood in the snow like that for a long moment, two boys in a war who had nearly lost each other, and hadn't. I'm sorry, Ron said into Harry's shoulder. Don't be. You came back. You found the sword. You destroyed a Horcrux. That's not sorry. That's enough. Is Hermione going to kill me? Probably. Fair enough. Hermione did not kill him. She hit him once, open-palmed, across the chest, hard enough that Ron staggered. And then she hugged him and called him an idiot and cried into his coat, and Ron held her with both arms, and the sword dangled from his hand behind her back. And the three of them stood in the frozen forest and were whole again. Later, in the tent, with tea that Hermione had made too strong and biscuits that were stale but warm, Ron told them everything. Where he'd been. What he'd done. The Deluminator, Dumbledore's gift, had guided him back. It had captured Hermione's voice, spoken his name in a conversation he hadn't been present for, and turned it into a light that led him through the dark. She said my name, Ron said, looking at Hermione. You were talking to Harry and you said Ron, and the Deluminator caught it and held it, and when I clicked it, I could hear you. Like you were standing right next to me. Hermione's teacup was trembling in her hands. I say your name a lot. I know. That's what brought me home. The silence that followed was warm. Not heavy. Warm. Harry looked at his two best friends sitting across from each other. Ron with the sword of Gryffindor propped against his chair, and Hermione with red eyes and a fierce expression, and stale biscuit crumbs on her jumper, and he thought this is what the augur will never understand. This, the way people come back, the way love works, not as a stat or a variable. Invisible constant pulling you home. Right, Harry said. So? We've got the sword, the locket's destroyed, and we have 3 Horcruxes left. The cup in Gringotts, the diadem in the room of requirement, and the snake. And you, Ron said quietly. And me, maybe. We need Hogwarts, Hermione said, for the diadem and to sever the augur's link. Gringotts first, Ron said. Then Hogwarts. Hit them fast. No more camping. Harry looked at Ron. Ron looked back, steady, certain. All trace of the broken boy who'd walked out of the tent in the rain scrubbed clean by ice water and Horcrux smoke, and the choice to come back. No more camping. Harry agreed. They hit Hogwarts on a Saturday night. The plan was Hermione's. Get in through the passage from Hogsmeade. The Hog's Head Aberforth Tunnel into the Room of Requirement. Sever the Augur's link. Find the diadem. Get out. Simple on paper. Suicidal in practice. Aberforth Dumbledore let them through with a grunt and a warning. The castle's not what it was. Snape's running it. The Carrows are torturing students for practice. Your DA friends have been fighting back, but they're outnumbered and outgunned. The tunnel was long and dark and smelled like stone and old air. When they emerged into the Room of Requirement, they found it transformed. Hammocks, sleeping bags, a makeshift infirmary in the corner. Neville was there. He looked like hell. Thin, bruised, a gash across his jaw that hadn't healed cleanly, but his eyes were burning. "Took you long enough," Neville said. "Neville, what happened to your face?" Hermione asked. "Electo Carrow happened to my face. I told her to stuff her blood purity lecture, and she used a cutting curse." He grinned, and it was wild and feral, and not at all the Neville who had tripped over the augur 2 years ago. "I've been telling her to stuff things all year. She's running out of new places to cut." Luna was there too, sitting cross-legged on a hammock, reading a battered Quibbler upside down. She looked up when they entered and smiled like she'd been expecting them.
Hello, Harry.
"You look dreadful." "Thanks, Luna." "You're welcome. I've saved you some soup. It's only slightly suspicious." Ginny appeared from behind a curtained-off area. She was thinner than Harry remembered, harder around the edges. She looked at Harry, then at Ron, and her face did something complicated. "About time," she said. "Good to see you too," Ron said. "You disappeared for months. You look like you've been living in a series of increasingly terrible ditches." "That's extremely accurate." Ron hugged his sister. She let him, briefly, then punched his arm hard enough to make him wince. Neville pulled Harry aside while the others talked. His voice dropped low. "How bad is it out there?" "Bad. We've been destroying pieces of Voldemort's soul. 2 down, 3 to go. One of them is in this room." Neville didn't blink. The boy who'd tripped over the augur in 4th year, who'd cried when his Patronus formed, who'd been afraid of his own shadow, looked at Harry with the steady eyes of someone who'd been fighting a war inside these walls all year. "Tell me what you need." "Why need the room to change?" Harry said. "The room where everything is hidden. Can it switch while people are inside?" "It can. We've done it before." "Hang on!" Neville went to the wall and paced 3 times. The room shivered, reformed, and suddenly they were standing in the cathedral-sized space filled with centuries of junk. Mountains of broken furniture, teetering stacks of books, old robes and hats and bottles and things that defied description. "The diadem is in here somewhere," Harry said. "Hermione." "Find it?" "Ron, watch her back. I need to connect the augur to the wardstones." He pulled the console from his bag. Its display was guttering, the system integrity down to 63%. The hum was weak, unsteady, like an engine running on fumes. "Augur, I need to access your core architecture. I need to sever the hostile link. Core access requires proximity to a Hogwarts wardstone. There is a secondary wardstone embedded in the floor of this room, beneath the northeast corner." Harry ran. Through the aisles of junk, past towers of old cauldrons and broken broomsticks, until he found the northeast corner. The floor was stone. He could feel it, a vibration, deeper than the augur's hum, the pulse of the castle itself. He placed the console on the floor. The display flared brighter than it had been in months, and the hum strengthened. The wardstone was feeding it. Core access granted. Hostile link identified. Severing protocol available. Warning: severing will permanently reduce system integrity to approximately 40%. Multiple features will be disabled. This action cannot be reversed. Do it. The display went red. The hum became a whine, high and sharp, like metal under stress. Harry felt the floor vibrate beneath his knees. The augur was fighting the link, burning through it, and the effort was visible in the way the console's surface crackled with light. A scream. Not human. a sound that came from inside the system. From the link itself, the magical connection between the augur and Voldemort's consciousness. It was the sound of something being torn apart, something that had rooted itself deep and didn't want to let go. And then it was done. The display went dark. The hum died. For a horrible second, Harry thought the augur was gone entirely. Then the display flickered back on, dim and small, showing his stats in faint. OF 200 Fat Deep T 8.0 SY Stim INT Giridi 38 PRCOS Tai Lankak Savrid. It's done, Harry said. The link is cut. He can't see us anymore. From across the room, Hermione's voice. I found the diadem. And from the entrance, a voice that shouldn't have been there. So did we. Harry spun. Crabbe and Goyle stood at the entrance to the aisle, wands raised. Behind them, more shapes in the dark. Malfoy wasn't with them. But the two of them were enough to be a problem. Crabbe raised his wand and spoke a word Harry didn't recognize. Fire erupted from the tip. Not normal fire. Cursed fire. It took shape as it grew, forming into animals, a serpent, a dragon, and it ate through the junk around it with a roar that shook the room. Fiend fire! Hermione screamed. Run! Everyone run! The room became chaos. Fire consumed everything it touched. Towers of junk collapsed into blazing heaps. The heat was extraordinary, blistering, the air itself catching light. Harry grabbed the augur, shoved it in his bag, and ran. Ron found broomsticks, old ones, splintery, barely functional, but airborne. They kicked off from the floor as the fire roared beneath them, sweeping through the room in waves. Hermione spotted the diadem on top of a teetering pile, and Harry dove for it, snatching it from the fire's edge, feeling the heat sear his hand. They flew for the exit. The fire chased them. Crabbe was screaming somewhere below, lost in his own curse, and Harry would have felt sorry for him if the flames hadn't been 6 feet behind his broom and closing. They burst through the door. Ron kicked it shut. The fire slammed against the other side and the door held, barely, the wood blackening and bowing inward. Heat poured through the gaps in the frame. The corridor filled with smoke. They ran down the 7th floor corridor, coughing, stumbling. Harry could hear alarms going off somewhere in the castle, the deep, resonant chime of Hogwarts security wards activating. They'd been noticed. The stealth part of the plan was over. Neville was waiting at the end of the corridor with Luna and Ginny, wands drawn, covering the staircase. "Why, I heard explosions," Ginny said, her eyes wide. "What happened?" "Fiendfire," Ron gasped. Crabbe. "He lost control." "I see. He didn't make it out." Ginny closed her eyes for a second. When she opened them, she was all business. "Carrows are coming up from the dungeons. We need to move." They moved. Through corridors Harry knew by heart. Down staircases that shifted under their feet, past paintings that shouted warnings and encouragement in equal measure. Neville led them to a passage behind a tapestry that dropped them into a corridor near the entrance hall. Harry dropped the diadem on the stone floor. It was cracked, blackened. The fiendfire had done the work for them. A thin wisp of dark smoke rose from the split in the metal and dissolved, curling upward, reaching for something, and then gone. 2 Horcruxes destroyed in one night. The locket by Ron's hand, the diadem by cursed fire. Ron panted. Locket and diadem. 3 to go. Hermione was on her knees, gasping. Her hands were burned. Ron's eyebrows were singed. Harry's right palm was blistered and weeping, and his HP had dropped again. He could feel it, the gauge behind his ribs ticking down. But the link was severed. Voldemort was blind, and the augur, broken and diminished and running at 38%, was theirs again. The display flickered in Harry's bag. One line of text, faint and steady, Recit Brunocade. Harry stared at it through the canvas of his rucksack. Reset, rewind, do it all over, save everyone. The ultimate cheat code, offered by a system that was barely alive. He closed the bag and didn't mention it to anyone. Not yet. There were battles still to fight, and the last one was coming. The augur mapped the Battle of Hogwarts like a video game raid. Harry sat in the room of requirement at 4 in the morning. Surrounded by sleeping bodies, hammocks and sleeping bags, and the soft sounds of 30 people breathing in the dark, and stared at the display floating above the console. The augur was running at 38%. Its light was dim, its hum unsteady, its voice when it spoke barely louder than a whisper. But it could still do this. It could still show him the end. The display showed a top-down map of Hogwarts and its grounds. The castle, the lake, the forest, the gates. Small dots of light represented people. Dozens of them. Hundreds. They moved in patterns, clustering, separating, colliding. Red dots and white dots. Defenders and attackers. Below the map. Chairs fading font BTOF, Origierkizergus Paro Chagi Amandi Fidelity 187 Combidi Antes Studentis TAF ORDR Membrs ATTAKN Farsi APPRAL 3 to 48 Rs GNs Dementars Aramantula by NFRA PROST Defendiar Case Ulide ES. Itera ATKR Casualta is 8A9 Total on 40 T Proboaladwaf Defadar Visitoi 34 Parsian Peroboadawap Armier UCR Suarviel. 12% 12%. Harry read the number 3 times. 12% chance he survived the battle. That meant 88% chance he didn't. Those weren't odds. Those were a death sentence with a footnote. And the casualties. 47 to 63 defenders. That was people. Not dots on a map, not probability clusters. That was Fred and George cracking jokes before the wall fell on them. That was Neville standing in the corridor with a gash on his jaw, refusing to back down. That was Luna reading her Quibbler upside down, and Ginny with her fierce eyes, and Colin Creevey, who was too young to fight and would fight anyway. The augur continued scrolling. It had assigned roles. That was the part that made Harry's stomach turn. Rocco amayam did treya hi karamadongra gar war dispace I lost. Posto nes car ridar. Sarviel pure bila ty 61 parsi octim. Rao asli combi supiorta positaros mamaeani untransi sarvivile parobilat huin fi 4%. Longiotomai fcrupresa coic co urtr sarvivale parobabiliquai 39%. It went on, name after name, person after person. Each one reduced to a role, a position, and a percentage chance of living through the night. The augur had turned his friends into chess pieces, and it expected Harry to move them. "No," Harry said. The display flickered. The augur waited. "I'm not doing this. I'm not assigning positions based on survival odds. I'm not deciding who stands where so the numbers come out right. These are people. These are data points within a probability matrix. Optimal deployment increases overall survival rates by approximately 11%. Suboptimal deployment increases casualties. I don't care. Primary user's emotional response is noted. However, the mathematical reality remains. Without tactical optimization, projected defender casualties rise to 71 to 84. Harry closed his eyes. The number sat behind his eyelids glowing. 71 to 84. 20 more people dead because he wouldn't play the game. 20 more friends. Classmates, teachers, parents who came to fight because they believed in something worth fighting for. Was that a price he was willing to pay for the principle of not treating people like numbers? He opened his eyes. The map was still there. The dots were still moving. "Show me the reset option," Harry said. The map dissolved. In its place, a single block of text. Larger than anything the augur had ever displayed, Roxipelfa Entition Fellerfuel Temporal Rewind D. Arabia Euska Cia Usnes Tu Mateo Finatile Swiss TMS Tafu TLLUN Speeded SETIVTO ATNDO ANTRNT Mamier Residi. Filmimo Rio Firasid Timeline. Costi Totel Suestium Comaisan. Tiachia Garbelli Chito Extist. Aditu Ionelt Costi. Primare. USRYO Carwy AC Ulated Debise Cadronix Tuention. EFT Traduci Lifi XP10 CY. Paral Desasan CE Mamar Io Fragaris to Ios Anadagueran Tabi Io Ramper Rapido Amis. IT Guarantis Defar Antonis. Harry stared at it. Reset. Go back to the beginning. Back to the common room. Back to Neville tripping over the console. Back to the night it all started. He'd keep everything he knew. Every simulation, every strategy, every lesson. He could save Dumbledore. He could stop the Horcruxes earlier. He could warn Sirius. He could do it all over with full knowledge and make it better. But the cost? Permanent fate debt. Reduced life expectancy. And the augur would be gone, which meant no more simulations, no more warnings, no more data. He'd have the knowledge but not the tool. He'd be flying blind with a map drawn from memory and a body that was already breaking down. And there was the last line. Reset does not guarantee improved outcomes. It guarantees different ones. Different didn't mean better. It meant unknown. New variables. New paths. New deaths, maybe. Different people falling in different places for different reasons. And Harry would know that every one of those deaths was his fault, because he'd played God with the timeline. He didn't make a decision. Not yet. He closed the display, covered the augur with his jacket, and sat in the dark until the first person stirred. They broke into Gringotts the next day. Not a clean heist. Not a clever one. A desperate, ugly, barely held together assault on the most secure building in Wizarding Britain. Driven by the knowledge that Voldemort's army was marching on Hogwarts, and they had maybe 48 hours before the castle fell under siege. The plan was Hermione's as always. Polyjuice potion to get past the front desk. Hermione became Bellatrix Lestrange, which was disturbing on a level Harry didn't have words for. Seeing Hermione's mannerisms, her careful posture, her quick eyes, trapped inside Bellatrix's wild-haired, heavy, lidded body made Harry feel like the world had slipped sideways. "Stop staring at me," Hermione said in Bellatrix's voice. "It's still me." "I know, it's just deeply wrong."
Yes, well.
Needs must. They got past the front desk. They got past the first set of security goblins. They did not get past the second set, because the thief's downfall, a waterfall enchanted to strip all magical disguises, washed the Polyjuice away and left Hermione standing in the cart soaking wet and looking like herself, and the alarms went off everywhere at once. "Well," Ron said, dripping, "so much for subtle. Plan B," Hermione said, already moving. "We'll go fast and we go loud." What followed was chaos. Goblins shouting. Security trolls lumbering through corridors. Griffook, the goblin they'd brought as a guide, was screaming directions from the back of the cart while simultaneously trying to negotiate a better deal for himself. Harry had promised him the sword of Gryffindor in exchange for his help. It was a promise Harry intended to keep, which put him in a minority of approximately one among humans who had ever made a promise to a goblin. The cart went haywire on the deepest level. Sparks flying from the rails, the walls blurring past, the temperature dropping as they descended into vaults that hadn't been opened in centuries. They jumped from the derailed cart, landed hard on the stone platform, and Hermione blasted the vault door open with a reductor curse that echoed through the tunnels like a cannon shot. The vault was full of treasure. Gold, silver, jewels, artifacts piled to the ceiling. And everything was cursed. Harry touched a goblet and it multiplied, burning hot copies spilling across the floor. Ron kicked a chest, and it exploded into 100 identical chests, each one searing to the touch. The floor was disappearing under a rising tide of burning treasure.
Gemino and flagrante curses!
Hermione shouted over the noise.
Don't touch anything!
"You could have said that before I kicked the chest." Ron yelled back, hopping on one foot, his boots smoking. "There!" Hermione pointed at a high shelf where a small golden cup sat among the clutter. Helga Hufflepuff's cup. The Horcrux. Harry could feel it. The same dark pull he'd felt from the locket. The same wrong hum, like a tuning fork vibrating at a frequency that made his teeth ache. Harry scrambled up a pile of shifting, burning gold, his hands blistering, the metal searing through his shoes. He grabbed the cup. The pile collapsed. He fell, landed on Ron, and the three of them were buried under a cascade of cursed replicas that burned and multiplied and burned. They got out on the back of a dragon. Harry would later look back on this as the single most insane thing he'd ever done, and the competition was fierce. An ancient, half-blind, chain-scarred dragon had been guarding the deepest vaults. Hermione blasted the chains. Ron climbed on first and pulled Hermione up. Harry threw himself onto the dragon's back with the cup in one hand and his wand in the other, and the dragon surged upward, smashing through the ceiling of the vault, through the tunnel, through the marble floor of the Gringotts lobby, and into the open sky above Diagon Alley. They flew for 20 minutes. The dragon was confused and angry and enormous, and sitting on its back was like riding an earthquake through a thunderstorm. Harry pressed his face against the hot scales and held on, and thought about absolutely nothing, except not falling off. When the dragon descended over a lake, they jumped, hit the water hard. Surfaced, gasping, burned, bleeding, alive. Ron held up the cup. Water streamed off the gold. 5 down, he said. 1 to go. Plus whatever's in your head. They destroyed the cup with a basilisk fang that Hermione had thought to bring from the Chamber of Secrets, because Hermione thought of everything, even the things nobody else remembered existed. The cup screamed when it died. A thin, reedy sound, like a kettle being crushed. Smoke poured out, dark and thick, and then it was just a cup, dented, empty.
Dead?
5 Horcruxes destroyed. The snake remained, and Harry. They returned to Hogwarts through Aberforth's tunnel as the sun was setting. The castle was preparing. Harry could feel it in the air, a tension, electric and heavy, the kind of atmosphere that precedes a storm. Students were moving through the corridors with purpose. The DA had grown. Neville had recruited half the school. Harry found Hermione and Ron in the room of requirement after the defensive positions were set. The room had provided a small, quiet space off the main hall. A table, 3 chairs, a candle. It looked like every room the three of them had ever had their worst conversations in. He told them about the reset. Hermione's face went through about 6 expressions in 3 seconds. Ron's went through 1 horror. "You've known about this since Hogwarts," Hermione said. Her voice was very controlled. "Since we severed the link. The augur offered you a reset and you didn't tell us. I wasn't sure it was real. The system was at 38%. Half its features are disabled. I thought it might be a glitch, but you checked. Just now. You pulled up the full protocol?"
Yes.
And Harry laid it out, the full rewind, the retained memory, the permanent fate debt. The system decommission. The fact that reset didn't guarantee better outcomes, just different ones. He talked for 5 minutes without stopping, and when he finished, the room was very quiet. "You're considering it," Ron said. Not a question. 47 to 63 people are going to die tonight, Ron. The augur showed me the map. It showed me projections, names, percentages. People I know, people I've trained. People who trusted me enough to stand in a corridor and fight because I told them it was worth it. And you think going back changes that? I think going back gives me a chance to change it. I'd know everything. Every Horcrux location, every Death Eater's plan, every move Voldemort makes before he makes it. I could end this in months instead of years. I could save Dumbledore. I could save everyone. "You can't save everyone," Hermione said. "The system says, Harry." Hermione leaned forward. Her hands were flat on the table, burned and bandaged. The hands of someone who had broken into a bank and ridden a dragon and destroyed a piece of the darkest magic ever created. "The system has been lying to you since the day it appeared. It hasn't lied. Its predictions have been accurate. Accurate isn't honest. The augur told you accurate things to make you dependent on it. It showed you futures to make you afraid of acting without guidance. It gave you stats and numbers and probability matrices to make you think the world could be optimized, that if you just had enough data, you could control the outcome. And it worked. You've been checking your HP every morning like a patient checking a heart monitor. You've been weighing every decision against fate debt costs. You've been living your life as a series of calculated risks instead of choices. That's not living, Harry. That's being played. People are going to die, Hermione. People die in every version of the future. The augur told you that itself. Reset doesn't guarantee improved outcomes. It guarantees different ones. Different people die. Different friends break. Different wars are fought. And you'll walk through all of it carrying permanent fate debt and fractured memories alone. Because the augur won't be there to hold your hand anymore, and neither will we, because we won't remember any of this. That hit him hard. He hadn't thought about that. In a reset, Harry would remember everything. Ron and Hermione wouldn't. They'd be 11 again, meeting on the train, starting from scratch. Everything they'd built, every conversation, every midnight session, every argument and reconciliation and kiss under the stars, all of it would exist only in Harry's head. He'd be carrying 2 years of love and war and loss inside a body that hadn't lived any of it, surrounded by people who didn't know him the way they knew him now. "I'd be alone," he said. "You'd be alone with perfect information and a broken body, and the knowledge that every person you see has already died once in a timeline you erased." Hermione's eyes were bright. "That's not saving people, Harry. That's haunting them." Ron had been quiet. He'd been listening with his arms folded and his jaw working, the way he did when he was thinking hard about something. Now he unfolded his arms and leaned forward. "I'm not smart enough to argue about probability or temporal mechanics or whatever Hermione just said," Ron began. "But I know this. The night I left, in the tent, when everything was bad, and the locket was in my head and I couldn't see straight, the thing that brought me back wasn't data. It wasn't a simulation. It was Hermione saying my name in the dark. That's it, one word, my name. And it was enough." He looked at Harry. "The augur doesn't say your name, Harry. It calls you primary user. It calls me an emotional support variable. It treats every person in this castle like a number on a spreadsheet. And now it's offering you the chance to go back and do it all again. And it's framing it like a gift, but it's not. It's a leash. It's the augur's way of making sure you never stop playing the game. Because if you reset, you'll spend the next timeline trying to optimize that one too, and the one after that. And you'll never stop. Because there's always another death to prevent, another number to improve, another percentage to chase. The future isn't worth living if it's only a script," Hermione said. "That's what I believe. Right down to my bones. I'd rather face tonight, with all its horror and uncertainty and 34% odds, as myself, making real choices with real consequences, than live in a loop where every decision has already been made by a system that treats my life like a variable in someone else's equation." Harry looked at them. His 2 best friends, burned, bruised, exhausted, scared. Ron with his singed eyebrows and his steady eyes. Hermione with her bandaged hands and her fierce, certain voice. They were not optimized. They were not tactically deployed. They were just people. Brave, flawed, stubborn, brilliant, terrified people who were choosing to be here. "Okay," Harry said. "Okay what?" Ron asked. "No reset. We face it. Tonight, whatever happens." Hermione's breath shuddered out of her. Ron nodded, once firm. "But I need to do something first," Harry said. "And you're not going to like it." The augur had been right about one thing from the very beginning. You die in the forest. Harry understood now. He'd understood for a while, if he was honest. Since the tent, since Hermione whispered the possibility that his scar was a Horcrux. Since Dumbledore's office, when the old man had said, "When the time comes, I will explain." Dumbledore had known. The augur had known. And somewhere deep in his chest, in the place where the scar link pulsed, Harry had known too. He was a Horcrux. The 7th piece, the accident. The fragment of Voldemort's soul that had lodged in a baby's forehead on the night his parents died, and had been living there ever since, woven into his magic, his dreams, his scar. And the only way to destroy it was to die, not permanently. At least that was Dumbledore's theory, the one he'd left in fragments scattered across a year of private lessons and careful hints. The piece of Voldemort's soul would die. Harry, protected by his mother's sacrifice, by the blood Voldemort had taken in the graveyard, might survive. Might. It was a theory. An educated guess. A 12% probability, the augur had said. Which meant that Dumbledore's hope and the system's math agreed on the odds, even if they disagreed on everything else. Harry told Ron and Hermione in the room of requirement, with the battle beginning outside, the distant sounds of spells hitting the castle's shields, the deep boom of something enormous slamming against the front gates. He told them he was a Horcrux. He told them what he had to do. Hermione didn't cry. She went very still, the way she had on the first night in the common room when the augur had shown the graveyard. The color drained from her face and her hands curled into fists on the table, and she didn't cry. "No," she said. "Hermione, no. You are not walking into that forest to die. We didn't survive Gringotts in the room of requirement and 2 years of fate debt for you to hand yourself over to him. The Horcrux in my head has to be destroyed. If it's not, Voldemort can't die. Every person fighting tonight is fighting for nothing if I don't do this. Then we find another way. Basilisk venom. The sword, Finfire. There has to be another way. Those destroy objects. I'm not an object. The soul fragment is inside my head. The only thing that can kill it without destroying the container is the killing curse cast by the person whose soul it is. That's Dumbledore's theory, not a fact. It's the best theory we have, and it matches the augur's data. The augur is running at 38% integrity, and it's been wrong before. Name once. She couldn't. That was the thing. The augur had been wrong about nuance, wrong about context, wrong about what mattered. But it had never been wrong about the facts. Every prediction, every probability, every number had held. The system was cold and reductive, and it missed everything that made life worth living, but it didn't lie about the math. Ron was sitting very still. His face was blank in a way that Harry recognized as Ron's last line of defense, the expression he wore when the feelings were too big to show. "Come back," Ron said. "What?" "I'm not going to argue. I'm not going to tell you not to go, because you've already decided. And I've known you long enough to know that arguing with Harry Potter about a decision he's already made is like trying to argue with a wall. Except the wall is dumber and braver." Ron's voice cracked. "Just come back. That's all. Go into the forest, do whatever you have to do, and come back. Don't try. Do it. Come back." Harry looked at Hermione. She was shaking. Not crying, not arguing, just shaking. Her whole body vibrating with the effort of not grabbing him and refusing to let go. "I said I'd walk you to the edge of the forest," she whispered. "I meant it. I know you did." She crossed the space between them and kissed him. Hard, fierce, her bandaged hands on his face, her mouth warm against his. She kissed him like she was trying to memorize him, like she could hold him in place through sheer force of will, and Harry kissed her back and tasted salt and smoke in Hermione. They broke apart. Her forehead rested against his. "Come back to me," she said. Always. He left the room of requirement. He walked through corridors filled with the sounds of war, spells crashing against the outer walls, shouts and screams and the deep rumble of the castle's defenses holding. He passed Neville, who was organizing a group of younger students behind a barricade. Neville looked at him, and something in Harry's face must have told the story, because Neville straightened and said, "Whatever happens, Harry, we hold. I know you will." He passed Ginny, who was dueling a Death Eater at the end of the third-floor corridor with a ferocity that was almost beautiful. She didn't see him. He was glad. He passed Luna, who was sitting on a windowsill casting shield charms over the courtyard below, humming softly to herself. She looked up. "You're going somewhere important." "Yeah, you'll be all right, Harry. You always are." She tilted her head. "The Nargles are very agitated tonight. That usually means change. Good change, eventually." He almost laughed. Almost. Luna Lovegood in the middle of a battle, talking about Nargles. It was so absurd and so perfectly, beautifully Luna that Harry felt his eyes burn. "Thanks, Luna. You're welcome. I'll save you some soup for when you get back." She turned back to the window and resumed humming. Harry watched her for a moment. This strange, gentle, impossible girl casting shield charms over a courtyard full of people fighting for their lives. And he thought, this is what the augur could never measure, the quiet, stubborn kindness of people who refuse to stop being themselves even when the world is ending. He kept walking, down the stairs, through the entrance hall, out the front doors into the night. The grounds were lit by fire. The greenhouses were burning. The whomping willow had uprooted itself and was swinging at a giant near the lake shore. Somewhere in the dark, Hagrid was shouting, and there was a sound that might have been Buck-Beak shrieking overhead. Harry walked past all of it, into the trees, into the dark. The forest was quiet, not silent. Quiet in the way that a held breath is quiet, full of the potential for sound, waiting. His footsteps were soft on the pine needles. The canopy blocked most of the light from the fires. Here, in the deep forest, the world was black and green and cold. He thought about Hermione, the way she kissed him, the way her hands had pressed against his face, bandaged and burned and still so careful, still so precise. He thought about Ron, steady as stone, saying, "Come back," like it was a spell, like the words themselves could bind him to the living. He thought about Neville pulling a sword from a burning hat, about Ginny dueling with fire in her eyes, about Fred and George fighting back to back, matching grins. He thought about the augur. 2 years of data, 2 years of numbers and percentages and survival odds and fate debt. And in the end, none of it mattered. What mattered was the same thing that had always mattered, the thing the system could never quantify, the people he loved, and the choice to protect them. He pulled the augur from his bag one last time. Its display was barely visible, a ghost of its former brightness. HP 7402 F200 Fetterline Fui Estimator Line Point US Westamar Terrain Twi the 31% Rai ESTUPO to VIB augur, Harry said. What are the odds I survive what I'm about to do? 12%, as previously stated. And if I use the reset instead? 100% survival of current timeline awareness, 0% survival of current timeline events. All relationships, bonds, and shared experiences are functionally erased for all persons except the primary user. So I live. But everyone I love forgets me. They do not forget you. They never knew you. There is a distinction. Harry looked at the console. This small, humming, impossible thing that had arrived on his common room floor 2 years ago and reshaped every moment since. It had shown him the future. It had cost him his health, his peace, and nearly his friends. It had been used against him, manipulated by Dumbledore, compromised by Voldemort, and exploited by everyone who understood its power. And it was still here, flickering in the dark, offering him one last way out. "I have a question," Harry said, "and I want an honest answer. I am incapable of dishonesty. I present data. That's not the same thing, and you know it. Here's my question: did you ever care? About me? About whether I lived or died? Not my survival probability." "Me?" The augur was quiet. The hum continued, steady and thin, and for a moment Harry thought it wasn't going to answer. Then the display shifted. The stats faded, the reset option disappeared. In their place, a single line of text, written in a font Harry had never seen the system use before. Not the clean, clinical font of system readouts. Something different. Something that looked almost like handwriting. IDOK Nobo Het Karag IS. Beauty ik under tichag and yo you are HP deraus, sama hishaj omwa arkoiskurus respudis. Idio ar defar ar tatat raspasiis. I am not disigento havi wordes foriti. Harry stared at the words. Then, despite everything, he smiled. Close enough, he said. Goodbye, Augur. He placed the console on the forest floor. He stood up. He walked away from it, deeper into the trees, toward the clearing where he could feel Voldemort waiting, the scar pulsing with each step like a compass needle pointing north. Behind him, the Augur's display dimmed, the hum slowed, and the console, the impossible, maddening, terrifying machine that had predicted futures and charged for foresight and treated people like data and might, in its own broken way, have cared about one of them, went dark. Voldemort was waiting in the clearing with his Death Eaters and his snake and his wand and his red eyes and his white skin flickering at the edges where the incomplete ritual still showed. Harry walked into the clearing. He didn't draw his wand. He didn't run. He walked in with his hands at his sides and his eyes open and his heart beating so hard it shook his whole body. Harry Potter, Voldemort said. The boy who lived, come to die. Harry didn't answer. He looked at Voldemort, at the face that had haunted his simulations and his nightmares and his waking hours for 2 years, and he felt something he didn't expect. Pity. Not for the monster. For the boy Tom Riddle had been. The boy who had been afraid of death and had broken his own soul into pieces trying to escape it, and had ended up standing in a forest at midnight, more dead than alive, pointing a wand at a teenager who was choosing to die. Avada Kedavra, green light. Harry saw it leave the wand tip. He saw it cross the clearing. He had time for one thought, Hermione. Then nothing, not darkness, nothing. An absence so complete that it wasn't even empty, because emptiness implies space, and there was no space. There was no Harry. There was no forest. There was nothing at all. And then there was a train station. White. Clean, bright. King's Cross, Harry realized. Empty King's Cross, with no trains and no people and light coming from everywhere at once. And on a bench, small and ugly and mewling, something pale and raw and broken, the piece of Voldemort's soul that had lived in his scar. Dying here in this place between places, alone and afraid and beyond help. Harry turned away from it. There was nothing he could do for it. There had never been anything anyone could do for it. He chose to go back. Not because the odds said he could. Not because the Augur had calculated a 12% probability. Because Hermione was standing at the edge of the forest, and Ron was holding the line and Neville was defending the courtyard, and Luna was humming on a windowsill, and the world was full of people who were choosing to fight. Not because a system told them to, but because they believed it was right, and Harry wanted to choose with them. He opened his eyes. Forest floor, dirt and leaves, the smell of earth and smoke. His body was cold and stiff and his heart was beating, which was the most important thing that had ever happened. He was alive. Voldemort sent Hagrid to carry Harry's body to the castle. Harry played dead. It was the hardest thing he'd ever done, lying limp in Hagrid's enormous arms, listening to the half-giant sob, feeling the warmth of Hagrid's tears falling on his face. They reached the courtyard. Voldemort announced his victory. The defenders gathered, bloodied and battered and broken, and looked at Harry's body in Hagrid's arms, and the sound they made, the collective intake of breath, the whispered denials, the sobs, was the worst sound Harry had ever heard. Neville stepped forward. Of course he did. The boy who had tripped over the Augur, who had cried at his first Patronus, who had been carved up by Carrows all year, stepped out of the crowd with the sorting hat in his hand and blood on his face, and looked Voldemort in the eye. "It doesn't matter that Harry's dead," Neville said. His voice carried across the courtyard, steady, clear, brave in a way that had nothing to do with systems or stats or probability. People die every day. Friends, family. We lost Harry tonight. But he's still with us, in here. He touched his chest. So is everyone else we've lost. And they didn't die for nothing. Because we're still fighting. I'm still fighting." Voldemort laughed. He flicked his wand, and the Sorting Hat burst into flames on Neville's head. Neville pulled the sword of Gryffindor from the burning hat. Silver blade, ruby hilt. He swung it in one clean arc, and Nagini's head separated from her body, and the last Horcrux died screaming. Harry moved. He threw off the invisibility cloak, rolled out of Hagrid's arms, and hit the ground running. The courtyard erupted. Defenders surged forward. Death Eaters scattered. The battle broke open like a dam. What followed was not a simulation. It was not optimized. There were no probability readouts. No tactical deployments. No survival percentages floating in the corner of anyone's vision. It was messy and loud and terrifying and real. Spells flew in every direction. Walls crumbled. People fell. People got back up. People didn't get back up. Harry fought through the castle. Not as a primary user. As a person. He dueled Yaxley in the entrance hall and broke the man's wand arm with a reductor curse. He shielded a group of second years from a giant's fist and felt the impact through the charm like a punch to his whole body. He ran past Fred and George fighting back to back, matching grins, matching spells, alive and together and fierce. Fred saw him.
"Oi, Potter!"
"You're supposed to be dead." "Got better," Harry shouted back, ducking a curse that shattered the wall behind him.
"Typical?"
George yelled. "Always has to make an entrance." They were laughing. Fighting for their lives and laughing, because that was who the Weasley twins were, and no amount of dark magic could take that from them. Harry ran past them with a grin on his face that felt wild and wrong and absolutely right. He found Hermione and Ron in the corridor outside the Great Hall. They were side by side, wands up, holding a choke point against 3 Death Eaters. Ron's broken wrist was bound against his chest, and he was casting with his left hand, slower but accurate. And Hermione was throwing shields and hexes in alternating bursts, a rhythm they'd found without speaking, the way musicians find a beat. Hermione saw Harry, and her face did something he'd never forget. It went from battle, hardened focus, to naked disbelief to fierce, burning joy in the space of 1 second. She didn't stop casting. She didn't break rhythm. But her eyes filled, and she said his name, just once, Harry, and the word carried more than any speech or system readout ever had. "I'm here," he said. "I came back, I know." Her voice cracked and held. "I knew you would." Ron stunned the last Death Eater with a left, handed Stupefy that knocked the man clean off his feet. "Told you," Ron said, breathless, grinning through blood and dirt. "Told you he'd come back. I told you." "You told me. I did. Remember that." Ron Weasley. Right again. Harry found Voldemort in the Great Hall. The Dark Lord stood in the center of the room, dueling 3 people at once, his wand moving so fast it blurred. McGonagall, Slughorn, and Kingsley. 3 against 1, and they were losing, pushed back step by step, their shields cracking under the force of Voldemort's rage. But Voldemort was weaker. Harry could see it. The same instability from the graveyard. The flickering skin, the trembling hands, amplified by the loss of every Horcrux. The anchors that had kept him tethered to life were gone. All of them. He was mortal now, and he knew it, and the knowledge was making him desperate. "Riddle," Harry said. Voldemort spun. His red eyes found Harry alive, standing, and something cracked behind them. Surprise. Fury. "How?" Voldemort whispered. "Doesn't matter how. What matters is this: your Horcruxes are gone. All of them. The diary, the ring, the locket, the cup, the diadem, the snake, and the one in my head. Gone, you're mortal, and I'm offering you one chance to feel remorse. Remorse. It can heal you. Dumbledore told me. If you feel genuine remorse for what you've done, the damage to your soul can be repaired. I'm giving you that chance." Voldemort stared at him. For 1 second, 1 fraction of a breath, something moved in those red eyes. Not remorse. Not understanding. Recognition, maybe. The faintest echo of a boy who had once been afraid. Then it was gone.
Avada Kedavra! Expelliarmus!
The spells met in the middle of the great hall. Green and red, death and disarming, connecting in a bridge of light that hummed and crackled, and filled the room with heat. Harry felt his wand vibrate in his hand, felt the magic pouring through him, not from the augur, not from a system, from himself, from the core that had been measured at 74% unstable on the night this all began, and was burning clean and steady now. Voldemort's wand flew from his hand. The killing curse rebounded. It hit him in the chest, and he fell. Lord Voldemort hit the floor of the great hall. Mortal, finished dead. His body lay still. His red eyes stared at the ceiling. The war was over. Harry stood in the silence that followed. His wand arm still extended, his breath coming in ragged gasps, and the world was loud and quiet at the same time, and he was alive, and it was finished. The sun came up over Hogwarts, and the castle was still standing. Damaged, scarred, walls cracked, towers leaning. Whole sections of the east wing collapsed into rubble. But standing, the foundations held, the magic held, the people held. Harry sat on the front steps with Hermione on his left and Ron on his right, the way they'd sat 100 times before, in common rooms and classrooms and tents and forest clearings. They were filthy. They were bleeding. Ron had a broken wrist wrapped in a torn strip of someone's robes. Hermione had burns on both arms that Madame Pomfrey hadn't gotten to yet. Harry's whole body ached in ways he didn't have names for. But they were breathing. All three of them. Breathing and sitting in the early morning light and watching the sun paint the lake gold. I left the augur in the forest, Harry said. I know, Hermione said. I didn't use the reset. I know. Are you glad? She was quiet for a moment. The morning air was cool and smelled like stone dust and smoke and the faint green scent of grass growing through the cracks in the courtyard. I'm glad you're here, she said, right now, in this version of the world, with us. Ron leaned his head back against the stone step behind them. So, the magic future telling box is dead? Voldemort's dead. We're not dead.
What do we do now? I don't know,
Harry said.
You don't know?
No. For the first time in 2 years, I have absolutely no idea what happens next. Ron grinned. It was tired and lopsided and split a cut on his lip, and he didn't care. Good. That's the best news I've heard all year. Hermione reached for Harry's hand. He took it. Her fingers laced through his warm and real and present. The augur said something once, Harry said. It said nothing is definite. Probability is not destiny. First smart thing it ever said, Ron muttered. Maybe the only smart thing it ever said. The lake glittered. The sky brightened. Behind them, the castle hummed with the sounds of people emerging from shelter, of wounds being tended, of names being called and answered, of the slow, painful, beautiful process of rebuilding something broken. People came and went. Neville appeared with a cup of tea for each of them, summoned from a kitchen that still somehow functioned. He had the sword of Gryffindor tucked through his belt and snake blood on his shoes, and he looked more like himself than he ever had. You missed the best part, Neville said, handing Harry a chipped mug. I cut the head off a giant snake. I saw. You were brilliant, Neville. I was terrified. I just did it anyway. He sat on the step below them. Is that what brave is? Being scared and doing it anyway. That's exactly what brave is, Hermione said. Luna brought blankets. She wrapped one around Hermione's shoulders with the careful attention of someone who had been taking care of people all night, and then sat beside Neville and put her head on his shoulder and closed her eyes. Neville blinked, went red, and very carefully did not move. Ginny appeared from the great hall. She was limping, her left arm in a conjured sling, her face streaked with soot. She looked at Harry for a long moment, something complicated and private moving behind her eyes, and then she sat on the step below Ron and leaned her head against his knee and closed her eyes. Ron put his unbroken hand on her hair. The Weasley family gathered in the great hall, counting heads, and every head was accounted for. Fred had a broken collarbone and was making jokes about it. George had a burn across his shoulder and was making the same jokes, slightly louder. Molly Weasley's sobbing could be heard from the front steps, and it was the sound of relief, not grief. Arthur held her and his hands were shaking, and he was smiling and crying at the same time. Percy was there. He'd come back in the middle of the battle, appeared in the corridor with his glasses cracked and his ministry robes torn, and fought beside his brothers, and when it was over he'd stood in front of his family and said, "I was wrong." And that was all he needed to say. Cedric Diggory arrived at dawn with a group of Hogsmeade volunteers. He found Harry on the steps and stood in front of him and didn't speak for a moment. "I heard what you did," Cedric said. "The forest. News travels fast. I told you once that if you ever needed someone at your back, you should come find me. I meant it then. I mean it now." He held out his hand. Harry shook it. Cedric's grip was firm and warm and alive. Alive because Harry had knocked him unconscious in a maze 2 years ago. Alive because a simulation on a magic console had shown Harry what would happen if he didn't. "Thank you," Harry said. "For everything?" "Thank you," Cedric said. "For the same." He walked into the castle to help with the wounded, and Harry watched him go. And the hope he'd felt in the hospital wing after the third task, thin and fragile and barely there, was something stronger now. Something that had survived the forest and the graveyard and 2 years of fate debt, and come out the other side. Somewhere in the forbidden forest, on the floor of a clearing that smelled like old magic and new morning, a small console sat in the dirt. Its display was dark. Its hum was gone. Whatever it had been, whatever strange intelligence had lived inside it, whether it had cared or simply processed, whether it had helped or harmed or both, it was finished now. Its last words were still visible on the dead screen, fading slowly as the sun found them through the branches. "I denout ke undercut courageis. Beauty I can on you do teachida summati agi rias pedis." The letters dissolved. The screen went blank. The forest grew over it, slowly, in the weeks and months that followed. Moss covered the surface. Vines crept across the edges. A robin built a nest on the smooth, dark face of it, and in spring there were eggs, and in summer there were chicks, and life went on in the way that life does when nobody is watching the future and nobody is keeping score. Harry Potter didn't check his HP again. He didn't need to. He was alive, and that was enough, and whatever came next was his to find out. The way it was always supposed to be.